I think I might be live. Hello, hello, Zen friends. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I think there's something playing here. I just need to make sure I'm really live here. All right. Yep. So I do believe we be live. So we are all up and running. So happy Thursday to you. I hope you're doing well. And Friday morning for some of you on the other side of the planet. So good to have you here and I'm excited as we always are to see what messages come through from Spirit this evening. So, before we get into all that, though, if you want to join me in coming to this moment, we're going to take a big, deep breath in, hold it for as long as we feel comfortable, slow exhale out, which gives us an opportunity to come back to the now, out of the future, out of the past, out of the chaos and activities of the outside world, and come in here to that quiet place where we can hear clearly from Spirit. So, if you want to join me, let's begin. So, big deep breath in. Here we go. Beautiful. And then we will use the singing bowl as well to help draw in some more beautiful love energy. And so we can imagine ourselves as a giant singing bowl, and we just let that love flow down, fill us up to our minds, our hearts, our physical bodies, our spiritual bodies, filling us up and flowing out to the outside world, letting it do whatever it wants to do out there to help raise the vibration of the planet as well. And of course, we can always use gratitude as a little springboard that takes us high into energy fast. Just thinking of one little thing to be grateful for in the moment just immediately begins to raise our vibration. It magnetizes us to receive from spirit and receive what we're grateful for as well. So we'll go ahead and do that. I will hit it 3 times. So here we go. Remember, gratitude. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Powerful, right? Can feel that new moon in Aries energy kicking in, can't we? I think there's like a stellium and Aries going on. So we got a lot of fire, fire. So welcome everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Glad to have you here. And wow, such beautiful energies. Mercury Went into Aries today to join the stellium, I believe. If not, they're all joining here very soon altogether, but just another planet moving into Aries, activating our learning, our communication, can be a little spicy with that. Mercury is a planet that handles our communication, so and our learning in a way. So it's kind of sparky. So be aware we might be a little more blunt than usual. I imagine we'll have loving readings tonight, though, so don't worry. No fears, no fears. So welcome. I'm your buddy Z, and we are here to spill the tea. So if you're new to my channel, welcome, welcome. I got a great group of Zen friends, huge, huge hearts, great senses of humor. So there's always room for more wonderful Zen friends. So thank you for being here. If you want to know how the whole process works, it's all down in the description area of the video. Donations do get first priority. We step out of the free readings and go and dive deeper, pulling more cards, spilling more tea for those. So if you're interested, all the how to make a donation and all of that is down in the description area. At the end of each session, I do post a pinned comment listing the order of all the readings completed with timestamps. So if you are put a question in and you come back later, you can find your name. Click on that timestamp, takes you right to your reading. So that's always helpful and kind of fancy, I would say. So welcome, welcome everybody. Also, I do offer private personal readings and also energetic hedges. And if you're interested in any of those, all that information is also down in the description area. But every new moon and full moon, I do have a giveaway. I give away a 30-minute private personal recorded reading or one of my energetic hedges, whichever you prefer. Guess what? Tomorrow is the new moon. It is upon us. You still have time to get into the reading. Sometime tomorrow, I will pull the winner and doing a video announcement tomorrow. So you have a chance. Here's the link to get into that drawing if you want it. Not too late. Also, before every new moon and full moon, I also put out a separate video that talks about making the most of that new moon or full moon energy if it's a full moon. This one specifically for the Aries new moon. So you can check that out. And we also have a separate little video called The Basics of Making the Most New Moon Energy, which we dive extra deep into how to make the new moon wishes the most powerful, the new moon intentions the powerful. And so that's all free stuff if you want to check into all that. And I do have a podcast that comes out around every 2 weeks. One was supposed to be out today, a new one, but we're running a little behind, so that will come out in a few days. But the last one was all about abundance. Maybe that's, for a reason. Um, so if you haven't looked at this abundance, where it be, it talks about the two things that keep abundance, meaning financial, emotional, relationship, jobs, everything. What keeps it away from us, how we can draw it to us and how we can let it into our lives. So be sure to check those out, or if you want to catch up on any of the previous episodes, of course, the link to all of my playlists are down in the description area, which has a ton of information in there. But if you click on my name and go to my main channel page, all the playlists are at the top as well. So you can check all that out there. All right. So those are all the intro stuff. I'm trying to shorten it up more so that we can get into readings because most of you guys know the whole skinny on most of the stuff. But if you're ever curious about anything going on with my channel, the description area of the stream and the videos are quite extensive and talks about all the links and stuff to most everything. So that's a good place to look. Since I did away with my website because I'm like, I was putting all the stuff on the website in there. So that's kind of like the living website is the stream description area. So be sure to check that out. All right. Well, let's do some shout outs. Make sure I have everyone on the list and we will get into reading. So hello. We got Deb in the house. Hey, how are you? I'm having a great day. Hope you're having a great day too. You're feeling the fire and the parade of planets for sure, right? We got Universal Butterfly in the house. Hey, thanks for all your commenting here. And I do have you, I believe. Uh, I thought I had you. Maybe I don't have you on the list here yet. I'll find here if you put a question out there, and I'll get you on the list here. I didn't have one when I did it up to a certain point earlier, so we'll take a look here. But thank you so much for all your support here. And we've got Ashvin Ray. Hey, Ashvin, thank you for your donation. We'll get you on the donation list here. Good to see you. We got Debbie O, Texas, my Texan friend. Hey, good to see you. I do have you on the free reading list, so we got you on there. And we have Shirley Silver Fox in the house. Hey, Shirley, good to see you. And let me see here. I believe. Yep, here is your question. I got it here. We'll get you on the free list here. Boom, boom, boom. So good to see you. Debbie, oh, I'll get you on the you're so funny. I'll get you on the donation list here too. I like that. Help, help, help. And a general for that. So, well, I gotta put the help, help, help on there. That cracks me up. You're so funny. All right. So we got over here to here, and we got just Alice in the house. Hey, Alice, good to see you. Thank you for your donation. We will also get you on the donation list up here. So hello, hello. And we also have here Footwork Val. Good to see you, Val. I have your donation. Thank you for that. For a general reading, we'll get that on the donation list. I have that there. We do have Lauren Olight. Hey, Lauren, good to see you. We got your Cash App. I do have you on the um, donation list there, so good to see you. And let's see here. So I just want to make sure here, ascending butterfly, any of these, if any of these have your question on here. You are so sweet in all of your wonderful comments. Thank you so much. It just, I was talking to my host earlier today. We were just talking about how blessed we all are. And I was telling her about, so many wonderful things that are happening to you all and the wonderful comments you guys leave for me and for others. And I do feel very blessed. So thank you guys so much. I appreciate that. And we got Sean G in the house. Hey, thank you. I got your Cash App donation. You are on the donation list as well. So we've got you on there. And we got Blueberry in the house. And I do have you. Whoops, let me scroll down here. I think I've got you. Yep, I got you on the free reading list down yonder here. And we do have Jojo as well. So Jojo, hello, hello. If you're awake, we do have you on the list here for the free readings. And let me just make sure here. We've got Essence of Ethereal Serenity. Hello, good to see you. I got you on the free list. And then also Lotus of Serendipity. Hello, hello. I got you also on the free list. So good to see you guys. And then WO, like I said, I've got you on the free list, and then I have your donation, so we're good there. And we have Leslie, hey, from earlier. Hello, hello, if you're here. Cheers, 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 cheers. Thanks for all that coffee. It's definitely, even though all this Aries energy, I'm just kind of feeling this really calm, like I want to take a nap energy, right? Maybe it's like, maybe that's what happens, right? Because I was kind of a hyperactive child. Coffee calms me. It doesn't make me hyper. So maybe Aries energy calms me too instead of making me hyper. But thank you for all those. We do have Sudeshna. Hey, Sudeshna, I do have your 3 donations. So you are on the list here. And we got Ashel. Happy birthday to you, Ashel. You didn't put a question, but I'm going to pull a card for you. Maybe I'll do an oracle for your birthday. Since today's your birthday, we'll do a special birthday oracle for you. And Minnie Hill, we have you as well. Hello, hello. Good to see you. And we got you on the free list. So think I have everyone up to here. And Britta to the rescue, right? You're so jealous. Don't be jealous, Lauren. You are super blessed. So blessed, so blessed. I know you're in a major transformation right now. You mean about the coffee or the calmness and Aries energy? I get you. I understand. All right. So, oh yeah. So today, last night we used the Wizard of Oz Oracle. Tonight we're going to use the Wicked Oracle, or not Oracle Tarot. So we're gonna do that, and then I'm thinking like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I'm gonna join the Wicked deck and the Wizard of Oz deck together to make a huge deck, split it out, but I feel like that's what we're gonna do. So I like that. And then if you make a donation, one per person per session tonight, you will get the Shaman's Dream Oracle as well. So I like it. So excited, excited. For donations, we're gonna start off Sudeshna times 3, and then we'll go to Sean G, and then Lauren of Light, and then Val Footwork, you'll be up after that, and then Alice, and then Ashvin, and then Debbie O is where we're at here. So we like that. What is that? Is that, oh, that's the wizard. Okay. I think I have my the chat shrunk down in font size so I can see more of it. Maybe it's too small. I'm like, or maybe I need to wear my contacts. One of these days, I'm going to the eye doctor. I think it's sometime in May. So you might see me with glasses when I come back. I do have contacts, but I might wear contacts with reading glasses or my regular glasses. Or we'll just go blind and, just channel spirit, right? Who knows what it really says? This is what spirit says. All right, but that's where we're at. So let's take a quick cheers, everybody. And I love you guys. Thank you so much for being here. I do feel very blessed and I'm excited we're on this adventure together. So cheers, cheers. Appreciate all the thumbs up too. You're part of the giant love tsunami, helping spread the love by being here, by giving me a thumbs up, by commenting on videos and being here, watching all my videos. All that stuff you do helps. So thank you. And I'm so, so grateful. Feel so blessed. Cheers, cheers. All right. Yum, yum. So let's dive in, everybody. So we'll start off with Sudeshna at 1816. All right. So here's your first timestamp. Let's give that. Whoops. Come on, mouse. Why aren't you working? Something's acting up here. There it goes. So we'll give it a love and a like here. And for your first question, you're having a weird sensation and swelling in the left side of your neck. So the front part, like right here, right? So you've consulted your doctor. Thank you. And they gave an FNAC test to do on April 24th, which is next week, next Friday, right? So we'll check the energies. Is it anything to be feared about? And the disclaimer. Thank you for that. For those of you that don't know the disclaimer, it's also down in the description area. Of course, I'm not a medical professional, so that's what it talks about down there. We have to say all that stuff in the United States. So let's take a look here. We'll give it a shuffle, find out what spirit has to say around the energies of this. And we don't want those. We do want these two. And I feel like we do want this one here. And then, is it anything to be feared about? Well, really, and I know that our human side fears the unknown. It's uncomfortable, the unknown, but we don't have to fear anything. Is the ultimate awareness is that fear is of the human, inner child. We don't have to fear anything, not even death. I mean, death is probably the least thing to fear. We probably fear more a painful death, right? But even then, that's going to happen fast and in comparison. And we're eternal beings, So there's really nothing to fear, but I get what you're saying. Is it serious? Is it life threatening? Is kind of what we're looking at, right? So we'll ask that of spirit and just say, can you just give us a little skinny on that? So let's see what we got here. So yeah, and this is makes total sense. With on the bottom of the deck, we have the Queen of Brooms, which is the Queen of Wands. And the Queen of Wands just talk about our energy, right? And that um, it's I like that. I think it was Dr. Deepak Chopra. He said, whatever a doctor tells us, and being a doctor is great because he says, yeah, what we doctors give you as a diagnosis, but you as a human who has the energy over your own life gives you the prognosis, right? So no matter what comes forward, whatever we do with that energy is what determines, how things impact us, even health things. Because if, there's people that find out they have cancer, and they choose the fear and choose the, you know, all the how this normally happens, this is what it means, and da da da, and that sends them on a downward spiral of fear that brings in all the stuff they're fearing, right? But there's also a large group of people that also go, "No, I don't care. We're going to beat this thing. Screw cancer. It's done." And because of their energy and their gratitude and the things they do, their higher vibration, cancer goes away. It's amazing what the human body can do when we're supporting it with our stories, our emotions, our energy, and our physical actions. It can change things. So I love that's the underlying energy here. Let's start off. Let's get your big concern out of the way. Is it anything to be feared? No, temperance. This is we can turn anything into a golden opportunity. It's patience. It'll take a little bit of time to kind of transform it, but it doesn't seem like it's anything scary, right? Nothing that's life threatening. It's more just treating it to get it, you know, reduced and removed. The energies around it, we do have the King of Yellow Bricks. I love it. In this particular deck, that's the King of Swords. So the King of Yellow Bricks is the power of the story. And that is something, if I have a story in my mind of if this happens, this means this and this means that. And if the story I'm putting around it is lower vibrational, I get to draw in all the props that support that. If I'm focusing on higher vibration, then I draw in things that match that. So this is the power of your story. What are you saying in your mind and out loud? What are you saying this means, right? Is important. Underneath that, you do have the Emperor and the Devil card, two powerful energies. So the Devil card is letting go of long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve us anymore, those rooted in fear. And the Emperor is realizing I'm the one in control, like this Queen of Wands in a way. It's I'm the one that gets to decide what things mean, what my life is. I put a plan together, I put action behind it, and I move forward. Aries energy there, which we have a ton of right now. So know that whatever you focus on is what expands. So be aware of that. And you also have the strength card. So Leo energy, you have the inner strength. This is the relationship with your higher self energy too. So just realize I like this that they're saying when you connect to your inner strength and you remember who you really are, which is a powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit being made of unconditional love. This is just a little playtime. This is a play date in this lifetime. We come down here to play and experience life. So you're so much more than this human character. And that sometimes helps us get out of the fear energy, right? It allows us to step into that powerful energy that we are these amazing eternal beings. Helps us put things in a bit in perspective. So it doesn't seem like it's anything scary there. You definitely have the power to push through this. And I feel like, not even push through it, but flow through it. because they're just like, yeah, just ride the wave. You're going to get information. You get to determine what it all means, and then you just get to flow on by, and flow forward. So I like that. That cycle end. I just heard the dryer end, did a little beep. The cycle has ended. The clothes are dry. You're good to go. So I feel like it's just allow yourself to see what you're learning through all this, because everything happens for us. It's not an accident. Oh, the creator took their eye off of you and you got a lump and something's happening, right? Oh no, no, no. It's always, we're not on an out of control drama train, right? We're in a perfect flowing adventure. So you can trust. Your fortune cookie, we're going to pull from the shaman's dream. So this will be, you get one of these per session. So this will be your one for all three of your questions. Let's see what else they want you to know here. It came out right away. Fortune's wheel, luck and right timing. So, yep, another positive card here for you. So the wheels of fate are turning in your favor. So you can trust that there's something why this is happening to help you get in the perfect space for to avoid something in the future. You're dealing with it now to change your energies, to change your course rather than hit a big wall and hit something really big in your physical body. This helps you alter course. So I like that. So the fortune's wheel is a sign that luck has found the right timing in your life. You have the magic touch and everything turns to gold. There's nothing you can do wrong. You only need to hold what you desire as your intention, and it becomes true. So focusing on what you do want, not what you don't want, right? Do not waste this power on trifling things. Dream big, for surely this opportune moment will pass. Such is the nature of the fortune's wheel. Use the creative power of the fortune's wheel for the benefit of others, and the gifts will be returned to you tenfold. Use it only for your own gain, and you will be left impoverished and with the bittersweet taste of squandered opportunity, or the bitter, not bittersweet, but the bitter taste of squandered opportunity. Fortune's wheel comes unannounced. Notice the early signs, the coincidental encounters, and the seemingly magical and synchronous, there you go, events that herald its arrival. That call, that email, that invitation, the chance encounter was no accident. They were all choreographed by fortune. Do not wait any longer. Carpe diem, seize the day, right? Recall your boldest and noblest longing and invite it into your life. This invitation is all that's required. So I love that. Positive energies. So hopefully that helps a little bit there, my friend, and that is what they have for El Numero Uno. So many blessings. All right, let's do a couple shout outs here, and we'll get into number 2 here for you. Let's see, I think we left off down here. There we go. We got Priscilla. Hey, Priscilla, good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here. And Rose, hey, good to see you. And we also have you on the free reading list here. Yeah, very good. All right. So we are set. Let me take another quick sip here. Since we're in the beginning, got to stay hydrated a little bit. Cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. So for number 2, we're at 2923. So that is your timestamp. For number 2, let me just give both of these a love and a like there. And you wanted to know the rest of the month of April for you. Anything else? Anything they want you to know? Yeah, I can't believe we're here halfway through April already, right? It's crazy. All right. So let's see what we got here. What do they want you to know about the rest of April here? Okay. Get 1 and then 2. Okay. Yeah, there's something building here for you. Got 1, 2, 3 cards here. So there's, of course, that progression upward. And the bottom of the deck, you do have the Page of Yellow Bricks. which is, of course, the page of swords in this particular one, which brings in new clarity, new knowledge, and new information that you're putting into practice. So there's something about new knowledge of the mind, and it can be also new communication coming in. Let's see what this is about. Your number one card. Yeah, here's the temperance. Got that in your first reading, you got it in the second one. So, there is this again, this is like you can make the most of things. It's that even if it seems things aren't progressing, things are. Just sometimes because we're with ourselves, we don't see the progress until we look backwards and we're like, wow, look how far we've come. Right. But because we're with ourselves all the time, we don't see the changes. We don't recognize the changes in our mind and our emotions and our energy and our physical world until there's a significant event that has us stop and kind of get out of autopilot and go, oh, well, look, because we're like an upward spiral. We're not, going in circles. We're going upper spiral. We're going in circles, but not at the same stage where it's a spiral upward. And when we go and look over the edge, we're like, oh, wow, look how high we are. Didn't realize that, right? So I feel like that is something that's coming in here is you're realizing and getting clarity about, wow, things are moving. There is, and I feel like that's what's coming in here is some wake up moments that go, wow, look at we have come a long way, both in our belief system and our trust of the universe and things that would have like freaked us out before, not anymore, because of how much you've grown in over the year and, you know, 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, when you look back, you do see how far you've come. The two cards that came out together, you have the Eight of Brooms and the Seven of Brooms. So this is the Seven of Wands and Eight of Wands. So this is this empowering energy. You really are stepping into your own over these next 2 weeks. The Seven of Wands energy is a lot like the sun, where it's like, I'm not dimming my light. I'm not asking permission to shine. I'm not defending what I want and where we're going. And I feel like there is this as you're stepping in going, I get to choose what I want. And then there's this amount of Eight of Wands, this amazing energy that comes flowing through that takes you forward. And there's nothing like, I mean, I guess let's just say there's nothing like is a bit pompous, right? But to say it's very impactful whenever we have anything physical happen to our bodies that could be something. It's like, oh, this can go a couple ways, right? It can be or it can be like, oh, serious, right? Whenever you have these moments, it does bring a certain amount of clarity to our lives of we're not around here forever. What is it that I wish I would be doing? Um, you know, if I know I'm only going to live a year, right? And this isn't what they're going to happen to you, but it brings you to this like our time is limited in each of these lifetimes. Why am I holding back because I'm afraid? Death comes for us all, right? At some point in our lives. So what are we waiting to live our dreams for? To die? That's why I made a big change in my life. Because when the plague hit us all, people were, you know, passing away from that. And I was like, what am I doing this grinding in this, job that I don't care about when I want to live my dream? And so I'm going to do whatever it takes to be able to live my dream. And I'm so grateful to be where I am because of it. But it's us taking that step. I feel like that's what's coming in here is you're really, I get to live my life because it's only for a period of time. Why am I so worried about what everyone else thinks about my life? I, I get to live my life, right? So I like that. There's this wonderful progression that comes in here. You do have the Five of Yellow Bricks, which is the Five of Swords, conflict between your head and your heart. You have the Strength card again coming in. I swear I put all these cards in separately. This came out again. This is that boldness, this Leo strength energy of, stepping into yourself and I'm moving forward. I'm the one that's, going in this direction. And the 6 of brooms, the 6 of wands, victory, this feeling of stepping forward and standing up. And I do feel like this I'm my mind has this idea of, well, this is what you should do and supposed to do. And oh God, don't do that. But then there's this, the heart's going, we gotta live. And I feel like you're getting to this point by the end of the month that you're like, why am I trying to please everyone else when I'm the one that's living this life? Everyone can be pleased if they want to or unpleased if they want to, but that's all their choice. People could be as easily, well, maybe not easily, but they could easily choose to be happy for me instead of judge me. And so if they're miserable because they're judging me of, not doing the right thing and they're fearing anything, that's their journey, not ours. Just saying, but that's what they have for that. Hopefully that helps a little bit there, Sudeshna. So that's what's remaining there. Many blessings. And then we will move on to number 3, 36, 36. Look, repeating numbers. So I got to crunch my little cough drop here. All right. So that's number 3. You want to know what changes is the new moon bringing for you? What will happen? I love it. Yeah, beautiful new moon energy, right? All right. So let's see here. What do they want you to know about this new moon? Okay. Do this one and this one. And then they have that one there too. All right. Oh yeah, and now you got 3, 2, 1. So you had 1, 2, 3. Now 3, 2, 1. Bottom of the deck, you have the 4 of coins, the 4 of pentacles. There is this sense of home energy here, but it's also the 4 of pentacles is an energy about becoming clear and clearer in how you're defining yourself, right? Because the 4 of pentacles we talk about a lot, right? Which is we're taught to define ourselves by the 3 buckets of the outside world: relationships with humans, situations like jobs, education, social status, marital status, whatever situational things we can get in, or things, our bodies, our bank accounts, our possessions, right? Relationships with people, situations, things. Boom, boom, boom. All those things are unstable in the outside world. It's all temporary, constantly changing, and doesn't really fulfill us much at all, if any, for very long, if at all, right? It all points us back to ourselves. When we become tired of the instability, bored with the instability, it all points us inward and upward to where we find our self-worth, right? Excuse me, because the outside world is retail price. That's what we believe is like, um, you know, how we're worth to others. That's not self-worth. Self-worth is what do I feel I'm worth? And that's what influences how we perceive the outside world, because we don't see the world as it is, right? We see the world as we are. So if I have low self-worth, then I will invite beautiful mirrors that will show me all of this low self-worth, right? Until I see it. And then I'm like, wait a minute, I don't have low self-worth. And then we go inward and upward and we discover through that eternal unconditional love we're priceless. And there's this change here that comes in. So I feel like this new moon energy, this Aries moon, is bringing a lot of clarity and bringing in this, like, from all these different areas of your life, that, wait a minute, all that stuff happening or not happening, it's not anything about me, my worth. This is about my adventure. When we adjust that perception, then the outside world changes along with it. So let's see here what else the new moon brings in. That was the bottom of the deck. Yep, you do have the Ace of Coins, the Ace of Pentacles. So there is a new opportunities, a feeling of new abundance, a way of looking at your worth in a different way. So that's perfect there. You have the Death card. Yeah, this death and this rebirth. I love it. So, of course, here's from Wicked, from the Wizard of Oz, that looked bad for the witch, right? And in Wicked, that looks bad for a little bit. But if you haven't seen the read the book or seen the movie yet, I won't, I won't spoil a surprise or things in there. Wink, wink. But so there is this death and rebirth energy. I guess that kind of gives away, doesn't it? Here with that, that your old view of yourself is ending and this new view is beginning. And yeah, Six of Wands, you got that again too. Six of Wands is this victory energy. You feel like you're being celebrated by your spiritual posse for sure, but it's also you're celebrating yourself, and then the celebration starts coming from the outside world too, which leads you to the two cards, which you've got the Page of Brooms, so the Page of Wands energy coming in here, and the Five of Brooms. And the Five of Brooms, the Five of Wands. This is this five energy of the wand is about a transformation of your energy going from lower vibration to this higher vibration, and it's taking your energy, your passion, your excitement for your life to a new level, because the more you're putting your attention on your inward and upward journey, not on the outside world trying to meet up to those 3 buckets of trying to make sure people feel I'm worth something, through relationships with people, trying to make sure my job and my education is at a certain level so that I'm worthy and my worth is higher, or my body, my money, my possessions, whatever, right? All that energy we're putting out there trying to raise our self-worth doesn't raise our self-worth because those things don't define us. When we go inward and upward, that's what raises our self-worth, not the outside world. So I love this, that all that energy, instead of investing out there, you're pouring it inward. This is what that new moon in Aries is starting, this new adventure, this new spark of this stuff, just I'm frustrated with it all. You go inward and upward and it changes your whole view, bringing you down to, yeah, the Knight of Pentacles. And the Knight of Pentacles, you started off with the Four of Pentacles under the bottom of the deck, which this is the quest for your self-worth. This allows you to see and make progress in your quest of understanding your worth and who you are. And again, that the outside world doesn't matter if you meet all the goals that you think you're supposed to in the outside world, your self-worth isn't going to change because of that. It will only kind of magnify the status of where your self-worth is at, because the more we achieve in the outside world, the hungrier and the emptier we feel, because it's like there's this giant crater, right? And when we have like a little pebble, like right here in front of our eyes, I mean, it looks big right here, right? But as you throw it way down into the, you see how smaller it gets as it falls down into the whatever cavernous crater. We realize how big the empty feeling is as those little things we try to fill it with it. Isn't that amazing? But so I feel like this is what's changing for you. You're gonna really amplify your sense of self-worth on this quest. It really magnifies it for you. So in the beginning, it might feel like a little emptier and emptier and emptier as the things in the outside world don't fulfill you. But it's that inward and upward journey that will change things. So hopefully that helps. Right. So that's what they have for you, Sadeshna. Thank you again for your multiple donations. I appreciate those. So thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. We had Maria P in the house. Hey, Maria. Good to see you. We will get you on the free list here. Whoops. There we go. Let's see here. I do believe we do have your donation via the PayPal. We have there. So thank you for that. I'll get you on the donation list as well. And then Michelle Smith, thank you so much for your donation of Just Because, a nice little nice little blessing just because. Those are just wonderful. You've given me several of those, and they each time they just feel just as amazing because they're unexpected. And so thank you so much for that. I tell you what, I'm so grateful. I just I am. I feel so blessed. So thank you so much. All right, so where we're at on the donations, we got Sean G up next, then Lauren of Light, Footwork, Val, Just Alice, Ashvin, Debbie O, and then Maria P. You'll be up after that. Thank you, Michelle. Just to make my smile even bigger. I didn't think it could be. My face is going to be hurting by the end of the night. So thank you for that. Make it easier to be happy because we know my emotional choice is my choice, right? But you definitely make it easier. So thank you. I appreciate that. All right. And then Maria P, I just saw your additional PayPal come in too. So we will add you a second one on there for you. All right. So let me take a sip. We'll dive back in. Cheers, cheers, everybody. Thank you so much. Feel a little giddy. I know what else is new, but it's true. All right. Sean G, you're at 46. 46. So, Sean, here is your timestamp. And thank you for your donation via Zcash app. So, you've been really burnt out. I know. Hey. Really? Yeah, right? It's been that kind of week. I don't know if it's, like I said, maybe all this Aries energy. It's like, for me, like I said, it's like giving coffee to a hyperactive child. I just been kind of like, but of course, the beginning of the week, the moon was in Pisces. And then Neptune, the ruler of Pisces, is in Aries right now, which is really focusing in on our inward emotional energy too. So we might be feeling a lot of emotional kind of, going on. Oh yeah, and you just came back in just in time. Perfect. So I'm glad you took a break for a couple days. You definitely that was your reading like last night, right? It's take some time to enjoy your life. So you want to know, are you still on track to reaching your April sales goal based on current energies? Okay, got those. And then any guidance from your future self who's reached her sales goal by the 31st. Let's see. What does she have here for you? These that one there. Okay. So, well, I feel like this is a yes because the bottom of the deck, you got the page of coins, the page of pentacles, which is new abundance that comes in right here, right? Uh, we're in Sean G. Lauren, you'll be up next after Sean here. So I like that for you. You got the page of pentacles. So I love that. That is abundance. That is new abundance kind of energy. So we like that being the underlying energy. And let's see here. So the first couple cards we did about are you still on track of receiving this? Yep, you have the Seven of Brooms, Seven of Wands energy, which is about being, just shine bright, continue to be yourself. Don't dim your light. Just put yourself out there, right? And just shine bright, shine bright. Oh, I like that. Revising your marketing plan. Underneath that, you have the Four of Yellow Bricks, the Four of Swords, which is about letting some expectations go, seeing things from a different perspective of the mind, right? So rethinking your, marketing plan, letting go of some things, looking at it from a higher perspective, a different perspective, and going, yeah, let me look at this and see what's working, what's not working. That's very much this Aries new moon energy coming in here too. So I like that. It feels like as you continue to put yourself out there, be visual, visible, I guess is the word, not visual, be visible, stand up on a hill and shine bright and let go of expectations, see things from a different perspective. I really like that kind of energy that's coming in here. The advice from or guidance from your future self. You have the 4 of flowers. Yeah, the 4 of, cups is what this one is in this, deck. So the 4 of flowers with the 4 of cups is it's emotional stability, but there's also this, heart energy that comes in here. You got the 4 of swords, which balancing the mind, letting go of those. The 4 of hearts is kind of this it's things are getting stagnant, right, within you, and it's like, "I want something new, I want something fresh." This Ace of Cups that gets invited in helps you see things differently. So it's like, um, don't let your emotions get stagnant, return to your heart, I feel is what she's saying. "Return to your heart, it's all about the heart," she says. Um, and then you have 3 cards, and then there's 1 card underneath, and let's look at that one. Yeah, you have the 5 of flowers, the 5 of cups. So changing the emotional energy, right? And I feel like this in between here, because when we get the 4 of flowers, it's like you get excited about something, we reach a certain point, but if we don't continue to grow, that's when we start to feel stagnant. And when we start to feel stagnant, that's when the shaky, rattly thing comes in, 'cause there's no comfort in the growth zone, just like there's no growth in the comfort zone. So when we're in the comfort zone, it needs to shake and rattle so that we can move into a higher level of emotional, fulfillment, right? So there is that. Let's see what this I feel like these 3 in between is this, right? Yeah, you've just been working, 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 and not living, and that's when we start to feel like we're existing, right? So returning to the heart is what makes us feel like we're living again. Why are you doing what you're doing? Yeah, so you have the high priestess. This is the stepping away so that you can see things from a higher perspective, communicate with spirit, look behind the veil, dive deep into the emotions. It's kind of in a way is returning to your why. Why am I doing all this again? Oh, because I love art. I love introducing art to people. I love doing this. It doesn't define me. It's an expression of me, right? You got the 5 of yellow bricks, the 5 of swords. Here's the battle between the head and the heart, and then the judgment. Yeah, so this is it. This is the calling card. You're being called, pulled to something, right? And this is the remember, step back, take a breath and realize what is the mind trying to get you to achieve something and what is of your heart wanting to express it. So there is this energy of, remember your calling, remember why you wanted to get into art and, not with this with the page of pentacles on the bottom, the page of coins, there is that energy of um looking at your worth in relationship to the outside world a different way, realizing, yeah, whether I get this sales goals, whether, people like this or don't like this or blah, 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 right? Um, you're not living to please everyone else. You're living to express that beauty within you to the outside world. They're reminding me of Sister Act 2 when um someone says, "Well, I wanna be a singer," and one of the I think she goes, "If you sing every day, you're a singer. If you dance every day, you're a dancer. If you write every day, you're a writer." So you're already an artist. It's just whether people recognize it and see it or whatever, that doesn't define you. That's just part of your adventure, right? But living your dream, I feel, is what your future, self who's reached that goal is saying, when you try to reach a goal, you push it further away. When you express who you are and live from your heart, you draw it in towards you. So I like that. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too. I feel like this is from her, the shaman's dream. So what else does your future self want you to know here? All right. And you've got woodwives, the adaptability. I like that. Adaptability. Card 64. Let's see what we got here. Strong roots and growth as well. So the wood wives dance into your dreams. I talked about dancing, I talked about dreams. So here we are. We're dancing into your dreams as a reminder to be grounded no matter what life offers you. You need to know who you are, what you'll tolerate, what you've learned to date, and what boundaries to set so you feel good about yourself. Life is going to offer you something extraordinary now, and in order to learn and receive its blessings, you must remember that being grounded gives you more freedom, not less. You have everything you need. You have all it takes to do this right now. If you also keep reminding yourself to be flexible, you'll be amazed by how well things play out for you. The Woodwives are both wisdom keepers and students of the new world, as these forest spirits have an uncanny ability to adapt to changing circumstances and always find the perfect way to grow and expand. They represent what you already know how to do. Learn. Be in beginner's mind. Let go of your rigid notions of how things should be and and be present to what is right now, unencumbered by your projections. Is there a storm brewing because things need to change? No worries. Nothing can uproot you now, and it will pass, and you will dance with nature and move with it all. Perhaps you're being given an opportunity to take a chance on something new, and you're not sure how far you can go without losing your footing. Have no fear, for when you remember your roots, your integrity, your authentic self, you can stretch yourself beyond the invisible line you drew. Go for it. You'll be so glad you did. Wow. I like that. So that's from your future self. Let me see if I can zoom in so you can see this beautiful picture even more clearly here. So I like that. It's like she's creating something, right? So that's what they have for my dear. You are very welcome. Thank you again for your donation. Exciting times. I know, right? So good. Your future self is so smart. I love her. Of course, you are too. It's not too far in the future, right? You're like, thank you. All right. So many blessings to you. All right. So we've got Alice. Thank you for your additional donation. Let's get you that additional one on the list here. So thank you. That'll be number 2 for you. We got Lil Pink Pearl. Hello, greetings to you as well. We'll get you on the free list here. Boom, boom, boom. Good to see you. You're so welcome, Sean. All right. All right. So let me take a quick sip here. And then we have Lauren of Light up next, and then Val, Footwork, and then Alice for your first one, Ashvin, Ray, Debbie O, and then Maria P times 2. And then Alice, we return for your number 2. So that's where we're at in donations. Cheers, cheers, everybody. Yummy, yummy, yummy. All right. So, all right, Lauren of Light. I made a rhyme. Lauren. Gonna have your timestamp at 59 even. So powerful energy. What? 5, 9. 5, the number of change. 9, the endings and beginnings energy. Yeah, definitely you're in that energy, right? Hello, you're grounding. I love it. Right? Lamaze, I'm breathing, I'm grounding. Oh, okay. So thank you again so much for your donation via the Cash App. So grateful. Let me just shuffle up here. All right. So let's take a look here. Right? Well, I don't blame you for this being the time with the year of the fire horse right now with the stellium. I think they said this is like a once in a lifetime um parade of planets in Aries and around all of this energy. It's all about this new beginnings, and with Aquarius being in Pluto, which is the old ways don't work anymore. We're entering the age of Aquarius in huge ways with Pluto going into Aquarius. So there's a lot of that. The world isn't going to stay the same. So we're all kind of just feeling like a fish out of water in a way because we're going into new territory, a new world in a way. So, yeah, I know, right? Everyone hold on to each other's hands. Hold on, here we go. All right. So let's take a look here. What's going on with Mr. Jake? What's going on with him? Let's see what we got for that first. We'll put that over here. What is he feeling about you? Okay. Got that and that. Boom, boom. And then what is the resistance? Okay. Got that. Oh, those. And this one here. Okay. And then what's his heart? What's his mind? So what's his heart? What's his mind? Oh, that's one card for each. Wow. I'm like, well, that's kind of well, I feel like we're gonna get a lot of it in these other questions, is what they say. They're like, yeah, those are just kind of like dotting the I's because it is all about I right now. I, me energy is kind of what I'm feeling from him. Um, so that makes sense. So what does he need? A good therapist. And we'll see what it says here. What's your polarity move? Spirit's so funny. But I'm bunks. So what's your polarity move? And how long do you have to be silent? How long do you have to be silent? All right. All right. So the bottom of the deck, you do here's a 9 coming in, like when we had with your timestamp. Um, which I did put out there, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Okay. Yeah, so the 59, you have the 9. This is the 9 of swords, the 9 of the yellow brick road, right? I like I like that it just kinda comes out that way, but this is they're showing me the journey, Dorothy going along the yellow brick road, and that all the journey along the yellow brick road was for her to find out the fears of everyone, what they feel they were lacking, what she feared, fearing the wicked witch and fearing not being able to find a way home, but then the courage, right? And Toto just came in, how Toto would attack, would bark at the lion, right? That you don't have to worry. I feel like that you're not alone in this adventure and this whole adventure of you're you were reaching this exhaustion of trying to be what you felt you were supposed to be and what other in a way trying to please other people through some of those things, and there's a lot of clarity that's been coming in here, and that's what's flowing below the surface is this beautiful going from the 9 of swords to the 10 of swords, which is, I'm sick and tired of trying to live up to everyone's expectations and feeling disappointed and trying to make other people live up to my expectations and being disappointed. I'm done, right? So I like that kind of energy here just for the bottom. So what's going on with Mr. Jake? We've got here the king of yellow bricks, the king of swords. Don't we like get that for him like a lot? Which is stuck in the head. I'm in my mind. I'm in my mind. I'm in my head. I'm in overthinking. I'm spinning out, right? Underneath that, we've got the 4 of yellow bricks and the knight of yellow bricks. Oh my gosh. So all this swords energy, all this thinking energy, all of this energy too, right? So we've got the knight is the quest of trying to find clarity, um, and what's the 6 of swords, which the 6 of swords is that energy of trying to see things from a different perspective, trying to let go of the old ways of thinking, so that I can move from choppy waters to calmer waters. So that's where they're in their head. You're the goat. Oh, the Capricorn. They're trying to force the goat. Well, yeah. It's interesting that in the story of Wicked, that the goat was the professor and that this was when animals were not allowed to teach anymore. They were trying to suppress the teacher. So, yeah, we have that here, but he's definitely in his mind trying to question, trying to understand, trying to see things differently, trying to question a lot of that 9 of swords. And you're right that this 9 of swords represents their journey too. Obviously, with all this brick energy, this swords air thinking energy coming in here. So, what's going on with Jake? Steam coming out of his ears from thinking and overthinking, right? So, what is he feeling about you? Is up next. We do have the 5 of yellow bricks. So the 5 of swords and the queen of brooms, the queen of wands. So he is conflicted, of course, between his head and his heart. Um, the queen of brooms, the queen of wands sees you as this fiery person, right? This person that you're strong, whatever you put your mind to, you make it happen. You're resourceful. You're a witch. Of course. I don't think that of course was for that. That was from something earlier. I just read you said of course, of course. But this is your connection to the higher realms, your intuition. Um, and I feel like they see you as this passionate person and they know all the emotion that you have behind it too, because all the queens do, have that energy of the cups behind the scenes, the emotion. But they're torn between their head and their heart, right? Their heart, of course. We'll see here. I got 2 more cards underneath. I feel like that'll be the heart more. But I feel like the and we'll find out here what is the resistance next, but I feel like part of it is you are so capable of making stuff happen that it's almost on the border of intimidating for them, right? It's like, I feel like you're the one that always was initiating, like, "Oh, let's go do this," and, "Oh, what if this is a great idea?" and, "Oh, what if we do this?" and, "What if we do that?" and he's like, "Oh my god, yeah. Oh my god, yeah. Oh my god, yeah." But I feel like he's realizing, wow, you are the passionate one. You're the one that creates the spark, and I feel like at some point with their mind anyway, their heart loves it, but I feel like their mind starts to look at it as, "I'm less, I'm less, I'm less, I'm less." I feel like that's kind of some stuff that comes in here with their little noggin here. Below the surface, we got the 4 of yellow bricks, the 4 of swords. Wow, I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of the 14 swords cards are out already. So he's very much in his brain and up in his head, right? But this 4 of yellow bricks below the surface, I feel like that is that energy of that they they s their heart sees you from a different perspective, right? Um, and, they've got this, appreciation, admiration, like, the heart admires how you are just endless energy and ideas and coming up with things to help bond, and it feels like, you know, at some point, their mind started to go, "Look how you're doing initiating all this stuff, and I hardly don't initiate things." It was their perspective of their mind, right? I don't see a cow. I see, like, a pelican, a tiger, a little lion cub, like the goat, but no cow yet. Let's see, is there a cow in this one? No. Yeah, and then here's the heart on the bottom. They do see the lovers. So their heart still, of course, their heart isn't stupid, it's our brain that's stupid in our human bodies, right? It's the one that limits and shrinks and is afraid and puts barriers up. Our heart is the smart one. It's like, "Get rid of all this stuff. I'm in love," but the mind is that, that comes in here. Yeah, he loves. And so it's there, but that is the battle between them, the head and the heart. So, that's what the a big problem of it is. Now, what is the resistance that's here? We have the Ace of Coins. Yeah, of course, we know that this is how they perceive their worth, and the resistance is that they don't see themselves accurately. They see themselves defined by those small t truths rooted in fear, not in the mightiness of who they really are, right? And so that's the resistance is their self-worth, which I think we know that. Yeah, we got the 6 of coins, the 6 of pentacles, right? That codependent energy that, these 2 together, which represents their rate of exchange, right? That they feel they have to give so much to deserve so little, and when you are this overgiver, right? I mean, you give so much. Like I said, when we talk about how he perceives you as you have this and this and this and this, and you give 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 forgiveness and you give grace and you give, all your time and your energy and gifts and this and that and this and that. And he's like, if the rate of exchange is for every one thing you give me, I have to give 1,000, I'm going bankrupt emotionally, energetically, physically, and so I'm overwhelmed. I'm worthless is their underlying energy, right? That is a big piece of this resistance is I can't keep up with you. I'm I'm lacking, right? Um, and let's see what else they have here too. Yeah, we got the full card, the 6 of brooms. So you got the 6 of wands and the full card that comes in here. And the resistance here is, and this kind of joins with that other because the 6 of wands is I want to be uplifted. Um, I know, right? And you're like, what have I been doing all this time? But this is they have to be uplifted from the inside, right? I don't deserve your upliftedness. Whenever you uplift me, I just go further into emotional debt, is the energy I feel comes in from them. And this full card is if I could get rid of all expectations, all this swords energy, if I could get rid of all this and allow this to be an adventure instead of this long list of things, of expectations, all this beliefs and stories I have in my head. If you could refresh that, then they could see and they could uplift themselves instead of feel like they're so far in the negative. I don't deserve to be up on that horse, on the 6 of wands that's uplifted and being celebrated by people, and they have that energy below the surface there. So that's a big piece of the resistance. And the 4 of wands marriage card. Yeah. This that's part of the resistance is this is forever. And that scares them kind of energy, this that this is the goal, and once I get in there, I can't get out. I'm gonna be indebted forever, If I can't do this, if I can't find this within me, then I'll be I won't be able to give you the life that I feel you deserve energy. That's the resistance, right? If I'm like, I'm gonna be indebted because as much as you give, I'm gonna continue to, you know, owe you more and more and more and more because everything you give is another 1,000 I have to give, you know, in order to deserve what you're giving, and as much as you give, it's already you know? And they're like, "Oh god." It's like having $1,000,000 on your credit card. You're like, "I just need to declare bankruptcy," and that's what he does. He declares emotional bankruptcy, and then he's out. That's what he has to do. He's like, My emotional credit card was just declined because I've reached my limit and I'm out." And that's what he goes through, right? So that's the resistance. So interesting. So, what's his heart? 4 of coins, 4 of pentacles. His heart here, this is, um, I mean, home is where the heart is, and this is a home card. And his heart is home where he feels safe right now. That's the energy of his heart and it's like I need to have this solid sense of myself, a solid sense of my worth. And when you the 4 of Pentacles is defining our worth by those 3 buckets of the outside world, right? By relationships with people, lovers, friends, family, every coworkers, whatever, right? Um, Jobs and possessions and body and finances. And it's their heart needs to feel safe, right? And it wasn't feeling safe because it felt indebted, right? And so that there is this I need to feel solid, kind of energy coming in. What's his mind? We got the Ace of Cups. So his Ace of Cups is on this self-love energy. Oh, you remember when I was talking about me? This is all about I need to find my love. I need to find my safety and security is what's in his heart and in his mind, right? So that seems to make sense there. What does he need besides a good therapist, right? But a bunch. What does he need? Knight of Cups, yeah. The quest for self-love, which a therapist would help with. Just saying. But the Knight of Cups is to have their heart, this quest of finding their self-love. We have the Knight of Coins, the quest of finding their self-worth. So what do they need? I need to find my self-love. I need to find my own self-worth, right? And the 8 of Flowers, the 8 of Cups. Yep, which is to leave behind emotions that don't serve and relationships that don't serve, right? And this is so they did need to walk away. They needed to put that distance, right? Because in order for them to find their self-love, they need to not be receiving this flow of tsunami of love from you that you have given so much. I mean, if there was someone that had self-love and all that love you were giving them, they would be like, "Oh my god. Oh my god." Like, because it's you are such a love, a bundle of love, but they couldn't receive it, right? Well, I think we talked before about, we can't receive more love than we have for ourself or give more love than we have for ourselves. So, if I love myself this much, no matter how much love I wanna pour out, like, you're on the other end, just drip, 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 and no matter how much tsunami of love you give them, it's just drip, drip, drip. And but if someone has their self-love open, there's this huge flow of love back and forth, right? And that's what you deserve. You deserve to have someone that has their heart open so that you can flow back and forth, your self-love and then also with the love of the person, right? So I feel like what he needs is his journey of self-love, his journey of self-worth, but also he did need to step away. Um, and it's interesting that it's kind of like leaving someone at the altar in a way, right? And it's interesting that it's like the runaway groom, right? So it's like, wow, it's he would I can imagine in the current state it is, let's say he asked you to marry you, like tomorrow he asks you to marry you. You would wonder if he's gonna show up at the wedding, you know? So, very interesting, right? So we'll take a look here. Yeah, I'll do a follow-up, and we'll see if that, um, you know, based on current energy, if he does do this. Um, so okay, yeah, they said, "Do it now, because 'cause we're gonna move on to your polarity move. How long do you have to be silent?" But let's take a look here and see, based on current energies, is he coming back? And after you both find that here. Okay, let me just put this over here. Let's see what these are here. I love it. We've got the goat. Here's the goat teacher, the Hierophant, which is the card of change. We've got here the 3 of cups and the 3 of coins and this. This is there is possibility, but there's too many things that have to happen yet because we need to have the 3 of pentacles, which is they have to find their true authentic self, and the 3 of cups, along with the Hierophant, is all about the change. Things really, this is the ruler of change, that things he'd really have to change to find his self-love. And right now, it feels as if with that 3 of cups, that the amount of change that it would take if he doesn't get like a counselor or others, that I don't feel like the necessary changes can be made soon enough before both of you have someone else come into your lives. I know that's hard to hear, but that's based on current energies where they're at. I feel like there has to be significant change, and they're not going to make that significant change like on their own. It's like an alcoholic who's also, it's like he's an emotional alcoholic. He's also emotional. I was gonna say crack whore, but it's all that, right? It's like you can't overcome all that just on your own. He's got a lot of stuff that he needs to look at and transform. So I kind of feel like right now still possible, but they're like it's going to take a lot of effort for them to match your energy to where you're a good energetic match. Otherwise, you're always needing to dim your light, right? Yeah, he does love you. Yeah, but we can love someone and they can still not be a good match for our energy, right? And they can love us, but um, you know, because it kind of borders emotional abuse in a way, you know, when I keep running away and, they're showing you who they are, right? Um, and that they're not mature enough to have a relationship. If they keep doing that, when people kind of ghost, when people pull away, it's because they're not ready to face themselves, and that's when they run away. And that's not a healthy relationship, right? You'd always be the one giving, 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 over giving, over giving, and they would always be the one feeling crappy about it because they feel like you deserve more, right? So there's kind of that cycle. Yeah. Well, it's not about being alike, but it is the energetic match needs to be there. Otherwise, they're lower vibrational, you're higher vibrational, and that's not a match energetically. You have to be able to be on this level that's there. So hopefully, I know you get it. Um, so, but since you asked, that's where they're at right now. They're like, there's still possibilities, but they have to make significant changes to have that happen, right? Otherwise, you just keep repeating the cycle, right? All right, let's see here. What's your polarity move? You got the Queen of Cups. So here's your get in tune with your intuition, with your own emotions, your own feelings. Is important for you. So that's like the high priestess energy in a way. It's you step away to spend time looking at your own emotions, right? And doing your own emotional work. You can't do theirs. It's all about, okay, what am I learning through this situation? Where's my growth in this, right? You got the King of Flowers. You got the Queen and the King of Flowers. So you got the King of Cups and the Five of Brooms, the Five of Wands. So it's like your polarity move here is to, in a way, you get to become I love this, that you get to become your own divine counterpart, right? This is your divine masculine or divine feminine, and this is that energy change, this um because the polarity move, 5 of wands is a change of energetic polarity. It's realizing I am who I've been looking for, and when I stand in the power of who I am, then anyone in the outside world is just above and beyond extra, and it becomes less and less impactful with what people do or don't do, say or don't say in the outside world. We also stop taking as much crap from people too. It happens when we're like, I don't need to put up with all this stuff because I am who I have been looking for. And we become less mesmerized. You know how we say love is blind? As we find our self love, we get more clarity on how we are interacting with other people, right? And you get to see through a lot of things, different people coming across your path. You're just like, no, thank you. I don't need to settle for nothing. I've got what I'm looking for here, right? So I feel like that's the polarity move, the polarity kind of shift. How long do you have to be silent? You have the Tower card, this is trusting that people and situations are moved out of our life on purpose for a purpose to give us space to find those things that are more in alignment with our energy and that clear the path for us to move towards something that's more in alignment with our energy and who we really want to be. We got the 3 of yellow bricks, the 3 of swords, which is expectations equal disappointment. This is that heartbreak, when we think things are supposed to be a certain way, like when the story or the picture in here doesn't match out here, that's when we have disappointment. And so we adjust this in here based on what we're seeing because we can't control this out here to try to force it to be in here as well, right? Um, and you got the 3 of brooms, the 3 of wands, which is with new information, taking a different direction than you thought you would go, you know? And yeah, I definitely understand, it's been 10 days, 10 days, right? Which is understandable when, it's so fresh still. It's still so fresh. And it is confusing when our heart is battling with our mind. And yeah, it definitely is still fresh. It will sort itself out within you. Um, and it's okay to, embrace the confusion, embrace, these feelings and allow yourself to feel. This is important, right? We we don't have to push those down and go, I shouldn't be feeling this way. I shouldn't be angry. I shouldn't be sad. I shouldn't be upset. I need to believe, right? I need to um I need to keep the faith. It's like, no, you don't. You get to throw things and cry and get angry and cuss and beat up a pillow and do whatever, no self-harm or harm to others, of course, but you get to feel your feelings and because it's part of it. Because otherwise you just keep looping it. It's letting it out. And then when you get in that grounded, calm place, then you get to look at your own heart and go, who am I? And why, how am I defining myself? Right. And, spirit, show me the clarity. What was I wanting to see? Why did I want this to happen for me? Because towers happen, right? Throughout our life, they happen for us, not to us. So there is gifts in it. And it's like, I don't see it yet. Can you show me, please? And then we can cry and cuss and get mad and angry some more and go, I still don't see it. Can you show me? And was we start to reveal, you remember like those, I forget what it was, concentration. It was some sort of game show where they would have questions, and as you would answer things, it would remove, and you'd see little pictures of the puzzle till eventually enough of the stuff is removed where we're like, oh, it's da da da. And you're like, okay, I see it now. But it's like little pieces of the puzzle are going to be removed so you can reveal what you're wanting to see behind it, and it's to be gentle with yourself, right? In doing that. Your fortune cookie is the netcaster, which says here on the bottom, preparations come to fruition. So let's see what we've got here. What is this telling us? So it says the netcaster arrives to tell you to stop praying for the fish. They have arrived. And it's time that you cast your net lest they swim away. Everything that you long for is within reach, but it has been so long since your prayers were answered that you have forgotten how to receive what is being offered to you. Put down the prayer beads and open your arms and your heart to rewards beyond measure. Cast your net. Take the next step that you have been planning for so long. Remember that the fish wait for no one, so time is of the essence. Heaven and earth are in perfect alignment for your victory. The stars are positioned for success. The only one who can spoil the perfection of the moment is you. As it is for all of us, right? If you ask, do I really deserve this? You will sabotage the magic and shatter the crystalline flawlessness of the now. The netcaster can also arrive to bring you bad news, to tell you that you have been snared in someone's trap and must wriggle free. Right now, it feels comfortable enough, even as the net begins to tighten around you. Do not wait until it is suffocating you before realizing you must escape and run for your life. It is still early enough to exit gracefully. Bide your time until all the conditions are right. Go to your place of stillness, of deep quiet, and watch for the signs that a new opportunity has arrived. Right now, you are patient because you feel that things will go your way. Learn to be patient with the people and situations that are more challenging. I know it hits so many things, right? Might have to you might have to, like, rewatch that a few times, re-listen to it, and, I'll I can even put this to the side and I can text you it after I'm done with the stream. So you can just look at that and go, "Whoa, whoa, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute." Yeah, you know where to move, right? You're is that to the beach house? Yeah, so I'll do it after I'm finished with the stream, though. Um So that'll be a while, but I'll send it out to you. Wow, powerful, right? So that is what they have for you, my dear. So cheers, cheers. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, maybe that's the temporary place, the time to go think, and then you're like, all right, right. I feel like it's a good pocket away to purge and to center. I feel so. My goodness, my goodness. So, cheers, cheers to you, my friend. Hopefully, all that helps bring some clarity tonight and many blessings to you. Thank you again for your generous donation. I appreciate that. All righty. Woo, woo, woo. All right. So, let me take a look here. I know we had some other individuals come in when I was in the middle of that. So, let's go up here. I think, yeah, we had a little pink pearl. So, I had you there. Got these here. So we've got Mariana there. Hello, hello. Good to see you. See yours. We'll get you on the free list here. So good to see you. We got Olivier Vagara in the house. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Happy Thursday. And I do see your question. So we'll get you on the free list here. And Ateshi Singh. Hello. Good to see you. And I got your free reading too. So I think I got you on there. And then Cat Mia. Hello, hello. Meow meow. I know. I don't even know if you like cats. If if that means something different, for you. You're like, "Why is he always meowing at me?" But good to see you. All right. So I think and then I didn't finish going down all the way here, so we've got that here. Okay, and then Alice, thank you for your additional donation. I got your question there. And we have Aunt Rose. Hello, Aunt Rose. Good to see you. We'll get you on the donations as well here. All right. Okay, we are good. Yes, it is you up next, Val. Woo woo. Thanks again for everyone's patience in getting to your readings. I know it can take a little bit sometimes. Spirit does get a little chatty. So thank you guys for your patience as we make our way through here. So I think I've got everyone on the list here. Let me check my emails here. Yep, we're good. So cheers, cheers. And then Val, you're up. Woohoo. All right. So Val, you're at 136.26. So here is your timestamp. And let's give your donation up here. Zoop, zoop, zoop. A love and a like. So thank you. And it's it's a way to try to have positive reinforcement to help people be more patient. It's designed for those who are being impatient with their readings to go, oh, okay, well, all right, I'll be a little more patient with you. you're so you're so funny, Val. All right. So let's take a look here. So what does spirit have here for you? Watch you get all the patience cards. The Knight of Pentacles, the Seven Pentacles, the Temperance card, the Hanged Man. And be like, oh. All right, let's see what we got here. So the bottom of the deck, you do have the Nine of Brooms, the Nine of Wands. The salesman just lie. Yeah, right. You're so funny. And which the Nine of Wands is a good card as your underlying energy. It's an energy here for you in this particular reading. It's not about you being blocked. This is about you stepping into your power. That, there's this energy of you're more and more, you're like taking these nine wands that are blocking your way, and there's a one wand that's glowing, and you grabbed it, and you're like, this is my, in this case, this is my broom, and it's creating a space for me to fly through and be able to move beyond these boundaries and this force field I feel has been keeping me back, right? So I like that as the underlying energy. And then you have 3 cards came out together. You got the Queen of Yellow Bricks, the Queen of Swords, and that's a great energy of like a balance of the mind and the heart, along with the Devil card. So the Devil card here is a great energy of, you're challenging old ways of thinking, long-held beliefs, long-held it's almost like long-held rules or expectations, and you're freeing yourself from it because that Queen of Swords, gives you that ability to do that. And the King of Flowers. Wow. So you got the King of Cups, which is an interesting divine kind of counterpart to the Queen of Swords, because you wouldn't normally see this, because like the Queen of Swords, people see their intellect, they see their communication, their air energy, but behind the scenes, they've got emotional cups energy. The King of Cups, everyone sees the emotional side of someone, and so they see this emotional person with this person who's intellectual. They're like, how are they even attracted to one another? Well, behind the scenes, the King of Cups has swords or air. So behind the scenes, they're connecting, and they've got this thing that they don't show other people, that there's this amazing compatibility that happens when people are like, "You guys are opposites," until they get to know the 2 people, then they're like, "Oh, I see now." It's the behind the scenes connection that people don't see. So, I like this energy. We'll see if this ends up being a relationship, um, reading, but it feels like there is that kind of, energy that's coming towards you. Because you got 2 cards and 2 cards and 2 cards. It's like going on the Noah's Ark, right? 2 by 2. Let's see what else we got here. You've got the 9 of flowers, which is the emotional dream come true, and the 5 of yellow bricks, which is the 5 of swords. So that's the conflict between head and heart. So they are bringing in here, there's the mind is saying that in order for me to be in a relationship with someone, this and this and this and this, these expectations need to happen. Where the heart is like, screw all the expectations. I want love. And I have this idea of what I want. It's not even an idea, it's an attraction. The heart loves who the heart loves. The mind is the one that tries to control the heart to get it go, no, 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 you can't go over there. That's trouble, but this dream come true of the heart, the 9 of flowers, is what wants to lead you, but the mind has been restrictive. So it tells us a little bit here, especially with all this, you know, um, the head and heart coming into harmony with the Queen of Swords and the King of Cups. Both of those are about head and heart energy balancing, heart and head energy balancing. That um, there is someone out there that the mind is like, "Oh, okay," and the heart's like, "I like them," and the mind's like, "You know what? We can work with that." But I feel like it happens as you let go of some of these expectations of supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's about who they're supposed to be. Because I feel like if we have expectations that they're just slightly on the outside, where if you do some adjustments, you're like, "Oh, who's that?" But if we keep, "Nope, it has to be this," and we're stubborn, we miss out on them until we slowly turn in our life where eventually, "Oh, there they are." So we can meet them faster if we let go of some of these expectations, that don't serve you anymore. They kept you safe in the past, but now we don't need them, right? Let's see what else you got. So you got the 5 of brooms and the 8 of swords. Yeah, so the 8 of swords, 8 of bricks, yellow bricks, is about you've been letting go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that make you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. And that 5 of wands is this change energy that's coming in here. And because of that, you've been doing that, if you continue to let go of more of those expectations, then that's what has this change energy kick in, which brings them in sooner. So they're kind of reaffirming what we had talked about here. And then you have the temperance card. Yeah, patience card. We knew it was going to come up in one of these. Here's the patience card. I knew you're going to get one of those. And you got the justice card. So uh, the temperance card talks about, that you can turn anything into a golden opportunity. And it is about, that this slow time around relationships is giving you time with that justice card to question your thoughts around relationship, because that's Libra energy that rules over the house of relationship. And it's about balancing the scales, all those expectations we have rooted in fear from growing up, seeing things from a higher perspective. We're removing some of those expectations. So they're like, um, it is slowly happening, but it can speed up faster if we let go of some of those expectations. And that's in your court. You can keep going where you're going, and it'll eventually come your way. But you can't control the other person, how fast they're coming towards you, but you can control how fast you're heading towards them. So I like that. So it does feel like there is this love, this very compatible person that's out there, but keeping our current expectations would If, like, we bumped into him today, we would be like, "Oh, I'm not interested in that person." You wouldn't give them the time of day. Whereas eventually, if you remove expectations, you'd be like, "I'll talk to them. Sure. What how can it hurt to have a coffee?" And then you have coffee and you're like, "Oh my god, you are brilliant." You just think, "Oh, they're emotional, they're too mushy." But you find out they have a brilliant mind behind the scenes, and you've got a brilliant mind, and they might think you're, maybe a bit, um, regimented in your thinking, but then they get to know your heart. They're like, "Oh my god, you're a cuddly teddy bear with a huge heart." And you're like, "Yeah, when you get to know me, I will let people in, but I don't just let anyone have that." So I like that, or vice versa, however you resonate with that symbology. But I like that. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too here. You've got the horned cactus. Yeah, resourcefulness. I love it. Because there's too many analogies with that one, but there's this, if you ever have watched, like, a lot of, you know, Discovery, I don't forget, we used to watch National Geographic TV. That was when we had, like, 3 channels back in the day. Now they have Discovery Channel and all this other stuff, right? Before the internet, remember? But, they had a cactus that kept away everyone else except a certain type of bird or something that they didn't get impacted by the cactus. So I like that, you know, it's saying that they could be prickly or we could be prickly to some people, but when you find that right person, no prickle at all. It's a wonderful match. That's funny. So it says when nothing seems to be happening fast enough or your ideas have dried up, you begin to question your relevance. During these periods in life, you might feel like giving up, frustrated, and resentful that success will never happen for you. The issue here, however, is a matter of perception. The horned cactus thrives in the barren desertscape, offering you the gift of water when all appears to be dry. If you look at its body, you see the natural thorns that protect it from predators and the elements. What you don't see are the deep roots that extend far into the earth, filling it with a continuous flow of water. This succulent is a symbol of resilience, of resourcefulness, of your needs being met in spite of appearances to the contrary. It's a reminder of the courage and inherent wisdom needed to dig deep below the less than friendly surface that hides a rich underground world. Can you connect to this magical truth and trust? The desert is a mystical place filled with mysterious creatures beautifully adapted to their environments. The horned cactus tells you to take heart. This journey is only temporary, and you will soon be met with greener pastures. But first, you must acknowledge your inner strength and fortitude as you're tested here. Be as the cactus, resilient and resourceful. Wow. I love that. And then also that looking behind, if we, the perception of how we see someone, when we get to understand them, we see the depths and what they do offer. They're not something that's dangerous. They're actually something that could save our life in the desert, right? So I love that. So hopefully that resonates for you, Val. That's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. Very grateful. All righty. No, Debbie. Oh, you didn't miss yours yet. We have Alice up next, and then Ashvin, and then you, and then Maria P twice, and then back to Alice for 2, then Aunt Rose, and then we have Marissa Smith as well. So, hey, Marissa, thank you for your donation. Got you on the donation list here as well. Yes. Make sure I didn't miss anyone else. Okay. Just okay? Not great. I know. We'll get to you. Help, help, help. I need help. We'll get you help here in a minute. You're so funny. All right. So I think that was everyone. Let me just make sure I'm laughing too much. I'm not paying attention to what I'm looking at here. Okay. So I think I have everyone on the list. So cheers, cheers. We'll dive back in here now. I need help. Breathe. That's my imitation of Lamaze. So cheers. All right. So, Alice, you're up 150-19. So, this is for your first one here. I don't no cry. There's no well, there is crying in tarot. It's okay. So, Alice, I think yours are stickers. So, thank you so much for your salt shaker. Pour a little salt in the wounds. Is that what's going on? Let's take a look here. So, Kyle's updated thoughts and feelings about you. All right, let's take a look here. I know, I hear you. Let's take a look here. And anything else here? Those were thoughts. And this is the fill-ins. All right. Yep. So we have the Ace of Pentacles, the Ace of Coins on the bottom is the overall energy with Kyle here. Ace of Pentacles is a new beginning energy. So we'll see what this is about. For their thoughts, we've got the Knight of Coins, the Knight of Pentacles. So this is the search, for the Ace of Coins that's on the bottom of the deck, right? They're on a quest of finding their self-worth. And it's an energy here regarding specifically about you, though, is slowness, right? Taking my time, just slowing the roll, their mind is like, take it slow down, slow down, mister. So the mind has slowed down the progression. We'll see what the heart is wanting, but it feels like, you ever watch a dog walk a dog who's like because it wants to move faster than we're allowing it to go, and it's like choking itself. That's kind of what I feel is going on here. The mind is holding back because that's their troublemaker, right? We know that. Let's see what else is in their head here. We have the 10 of coins, which does talk about relationship energy. They got the 5 of coins, which is the fear of being abandoned, being less than, not be the fear of like the relationship not being enough. And we've got the 8 of brooms, the 8 of wands. So a lot of passion, a lot of physical and energetic attraction is what their mind is realizing. And but it's like their mind is going, "Is that gonna be enough, though?" Because I feel like they're like, "If I don't let my heart out, is the passion feeling, is that enough?" Um, because they are not someone that is able to give their heart yet, right? I think we talked about that they express themselves through passion and action and motion, but not emotion, because they don't know that language yet. And so I feel like their mind, a lot of it is they're saying, "Take it slow. Is this gonna be enough? Because if it's not gonna be enough, then I need to stop investing in it," right? So I kind of feel like that's where they're looking at it here is they're really evaluating that, and that's why they've kinda, as we say, slowed their roll. From the feelings, the emotional area, we've got the Justice card, which here is all this air energy, which does show again that the mind is holding back the heart, and they're looking at trying to understand relationship energy. That's the Libra that rules over the house of relationships. So they're analyzing the relationship from the mind, though. They got the 6 of brooms, 6 of wands, so here's that mutual attraction energy. They're focused in on that fire, not the emotional water energy. Um, we've got the 4 of yellow bricks, the 4 of swords, which is this resting energy, trying to let go of expectations, trying to get out of their head, but this it's like they revert back to the 6 of wands energy. They revert back to passion. It's like if you wanted to learn, like, Chinese, And it's like, "Oh, it's so hard. I'm just gonna go back to my old language." You know, people need to learn to speak my language, not me learn to speak theirs. It's kinda like they revert to it's like, I don't can't speak emotion. I can speak fire and air, but I can't speak water, emotional energy. I can speak the mind, I can speak passion, but emotions, it's kind of I'm bilingual here already, isn't that enough? And you're like, "No, it's not, because 'cause you're trilingual, right? You speak the mind and the emotions and the passion." You're like, "Come on now." And then what else we have here? We have the 3 of yellow bricks, the 3 of swords. Yeah, so it's like in here, there's no in the feelings area, that is the fear of disappointment, the fear of not having the expectations fulfilled, right? And so they revert back to the passion and the mind, the passion and the mind energy that's coming in here. I feel like that's kind of where they're at with this energy. I don't feel like there's not forward movement, and they're kind of analyzing. I'm like, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? You know, you're just waiting it out to see what you do. Let me sit in that for a sec because I'm like, why are you waiting? I mean, if it's like the ship has stopped, it's like if the train has stopped or the bus has stopped, it's like at some point it's like, well, we either need to get a new bus to get on to get where we're going, or I need to get off the bus, and walk or what. And I feel like, what's the deal? What are they waiting for? I feel like there's something about I'm waiting for this visit to be done with to see what other options are out there for me. But until I have someone I feel will be, the next batter up, um, someone that they feel is a better batter up than you might be, I feel like they're kind of just stringing you along to going, well, maybe this is as close as I can get to that, oasis that, you know, and it feels like they're kind of waiting, waiting, waiting. And so you're an option. And it's like, I don't wanna be an option, I wanna be a choice, right? I get it, right? But I feel like that's where they're at kinda here. Let's see, are your other questions about them too? Okay. Yeah, so we will circle back around, and find out more, on that second one when we're see, are they thinking of breaking up with you? And then based on current energies, Willie kind of tapped in a little bit into that right now, right? But we'll get more clarity and we'll confirm that. But it kind of feels like they're, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Like I don't want to lose, the best batter if this is, and we talked about before, right? How you're like one of the best, closest persons that they found to meet so much of stuff, but, of those all those expectations that they're like, "Well, I don't wanna" it's like the price is right, right? "Well, I have this. Do I want to try to go behind the next curtain? Because what if it's a dud, and the price is right?" It's like, "But what if there's a brand new car behind the other curtain? I don't know what I should do." And that's kinda like they're paused and they're waiting. Can I peek behind the curtain and see what's over there? That'll help me make my decision. I feel like that's kind of what they're waiting for. But we'll dive more into your second reading when we get to that there. Let's see what your fortune cookie is. We get one fortune cookie per session tonight. We got deep quiet, meditation, and stillness. Yeah, here's that stillness, right? It's also giving you time to think and reflect too, which may not be the best thing for them to do for you because the more you stand there thinking, you're thinking, "Do I wanna be in this?" But it says, "When deep quiet appears, it's a message from the cosmos calling you to stillness, to step outside the concerns of your everyday life. This does not mean to slow down and take a breath, although that's a good start. The cosmos is inviting you to go deep to that place where the noise stops and there is only the vast emptiness of inner peace. When we don't respond to the invitation offered by deep quiet, life can stop us in our tracks with an illness or a crisis. Listen to the still small voice. Remember that you want to catch spirit on a whisper, not a shout. I can double that for sure. It is only human to argue that you are too busy to slow down, that you don't have the time, the inclination, or the money for a retreat. Do not let any of these reasons get the better of you. Stop the world and enter the deep quiet before you come to a crashing halt. After you've said yes to this invitation, you will find that the world can get along quite well without the need for you to manage it. You will enjoy the freedom that comes with stillness, the clarity and spaciousness offered by the silence. I like that. As I was reading that, I also don't know if you have ever read Deepak Chopra's book, The Path to Love. That came, if that resonates, you can check it out. It's been around for decades. Um, and I've picked it up at a used bookstore or a used book site, or like on Amazon, you can do used and find good copies for really inexpensive if you want to pick one up. But it's an amazing book, and I feel like they're bringing that as an option for you if it resonates for you, right? So that's what they have for your number one there, Alice. Thank you for your patience in getting to yours. We have Ashvin, Debbie O, Maria P times two, and then we have your other two that come up after that. So we'll be there in a little bit. And then after that, we have Aunt Rose and Marissa Smith, since I already kind of given an update on where everyone's at. All right. So cheers, cheers. Thank you again for all your donations. All right. So, Ashvin, you're up next. 202 22. Look at all those twos. That's what we're going to give your timestamp there. Boom, boom, boom. So, Ashvin, hey. Will you be able to marry Anu? And is she serious about our marriage? Her attitude makes you confused. I know, right? You're like, mixed messages? All right. Let's take a look here. So, based on current energies, will you be able to marry Anu? Okay, I feel like those two there. And then, is she serious about marriage? Okay. And what kind of clarity can we get around the attitude? All right. So we do have the Page of Brooms, the Page of Wands on the bottom, also with the Magician energy coming in here. It's a lot about the energy that you're putting forward really influences your adventure with them. I'm sure we'll get clarity here as we look at these other cards too, but they're really saying that whatever energy, being aware of whatever energy you're putting forward is very important, and what actions you're taking. So let's take a look. Based on current energies, will you be able to marry them? All right. Wow. Yep. We have the Two of Cups, the Two of Flowers, which is relationship energy. Three of Brooms, the Three of Wands, is about with new information taking a different direction, right? So I feel like there's like relationship potential, but based on current energies, it feels like it doesn't end up getting to marriage. It ends up like you actually, with new information, end up going a different route. So maybe the background check comes back and you find out information. But we'll take a look here because we want to find out, is she serious about marriage? We have the Five of Pentacles, which is the fear of not being enough, not having enough, fear of abandonment, being left behind, being left out in the cold. So I feel like just with marriage in general, she's scared, right? She's afraid. She's had I don't know if it happened with her parents or, um, family. Somewhere she got this fear of being abandoned that, people that got married, that the spouse left them, right? Either through death or divorce or through leaving them in a marriage and stayed married and they went to be with someone else, leaving the person trapped in a marriage that they are not around, and so they have all these experiences that they had that they have this fear there. So, let's see what else we've got here too. We've got the Hanged One, which is an energy of wanting to see things from a different perspective, wanting transformation. So I feel like with this, let's see what this other one is here too. Yeah, we got the Page of Cups, which is love, love energy. Flowers energy is cups energy, which is love. And I feel like they love the idea of love, but they're really afraid of what marriage is, and that it's like the fear overpowers the joy of feeling like being in a marriage and having a relationship. And the Hanged One is that they're trying to transform that, which makes sense with her attitude confuses me, right? Because it's like I feel like she wants it, but then whoosh, like her mind goes, "Oh my God, I'm scared." The heart goes, I would love to be in love," and they're like, "No." Because the fear kicks in there. Let's see more about this attitude. We got the Knight of Yellow Bricks, the Knight of Swords. So that is the quest of the mind, trying to gain clarity around what they want and don't want. And we have the Eight of Yellow Bricks, the Eight of Swords, which is they've been trying to let go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve them anymore around relationship, those that make them feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small, this fear of abandonment, the fear of um, it's like their ideas and beliefs around marriage, the concept of marriage they really love, but the experiences that they've had, and it's not, even if you have like, 30% is like a third, right? I'm like, if it's like 3 out of 10 relationships they experienced, these 3 didn't turn out, and we focus in on, "Oh my god," not the 70% that work out well, it's the 30%, "Oh, I'm gonna be in there, I just know that's gonna happen to me." In fact, all 3 might happen to me. That's our fear, right? And I feel like that's what's kinda going on here. We got the Ace of Brooms, the Ace of Wands. So that is that reactive energy, and this is that attitude. It's, um, it's when my inner child, feels unsafe and out of control, uncomfortable, that's what sparks that reaction. So they have a lot of fears around marriage that are reactive. And and that's something that I don't know if in your culture you can talk to her if you're serious about it and this is negotiating, a marriage or an arranged marriage or whatever. If you can talk to her and go, "What are your greatest fears around marriage?" If you're allowed to talk, in that way. But that's such a wonderful communication. Is this is what I fear in a relationship, in a marriage. What do you fear? And they're like, I fear that too. And it's like, well, we can be in agreement that we're not going to do that to one another, you know? And it's like, but these other people promised them and they did that. And you're like, well, I'm not those other people, right? So maybe if you're really that interested, but I feel like right now they kind of are in this going back and forth energy. And the more energy it's like how you put it forward, the actions you take, I feel, will determine if they will change their energy around it or not. Because right now they just have you kind of thrown into this bucket of this is what marriages happen. And I feel like the more you show them that you're not normal in a good way, um, that helps, right? Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Yeah, you got the jeweled web with connectivity. So there's that connection, connecting with them as a person, connecting with their inner child in a way too. But approaching any oracle requires you to come with certain expectations. You're either looking for confirmation of what you already know or attempting to shed light on what eludes you on the obvious path you're on. You're asking whether you will reach a desired goal of some kind. Yeah, exactly. You're rarely able to see beyond memory or projection. And so naturally, everyone comes to the oracle with a narrow perception of what's possible. Imagine that the answer to your question is not about landing at a particular destination, meeting a goal, connecting to a lover, reaching an end game, or experiencing anything specific. Instead, you discover a shimmering web of jewels you didn't know existed. The world is interconnected in a living web of energy. It isn't possible to know how any of it works, but know this: what is in your highest good is a sparkling jewel that lights up for you among this web of possibilities. You just need to know how you want to feel and choose this consciously. Take your focus off getting anywhere. Practice feeling and being in a place where your desired experience has already come to pass. Who will you be when this is true for you? Can you be that now? Feel that now? Practice that. The better you know your path within this web of life, the more it will light up for you. It is celebrating you already. I like that. It's like, imagine, what does this look like for you? And who are you? What are you feeling? What is this being? Like when you look at marriage, because that's something you're wanting, and then kind of determine what do you feel is missing now that you feel you'll have then. And I feel like that takes kind of the pressure off because the more we try to go, I need to be married. I want to be married. I must be married. I fear I won't be married. That is what pushes it away, right? But when we get out of all that's supposed to be out of our head and we live from our heart, and it's like this adventure, and we realize I'm the one I'm looking for. I marry myself first, and then I can look for someone that I can marry in the physical realm too. Oh, I like that. So that's what they have for you, Ashvin. So many blessings to you. Right. And let's see here. Is there a timeline you can put to the breakup? Didn't answer the when. I'll add that. I didn't get to your second question yet because you didn't ask. I don't think you asked when in the first one. But I'll add that to the second one because that's the why is Kyle thinking of breaking up with me? Is he? And then I'll put in there a timeline. Um, can we put on the breakup? So I'll put it in there. Okay, sound good? Sound good? All right. So I'm gonna take a quick sip here. Debbie O, we're coming up to you. Get ready. Ground yourself. Gird your loins. We're about to hop into your general reading. All right. So, Debbie O, 21350. 911. I'm going to dial 9 and 1. And when I tell you, dial 1 again. All right. So, Debbie O, thank you for your donation. Let me go up here. I think here's this one that I can give a love and a like to. So I shall. Let's see what we got here. So, help, help, help. General reading. What does Spirit want you to know right now that can help, help, help? 3 cards, 911. And then what's down here? Got those. Do you want this one? And these two. Okay. And that leading to that one. Do you want that one too? All right. Okay, what do we got going on here for you? Debbie O, my Texan friend. Is it hot in Texas yet? It's always hot in Texas. All right. Bottom of the deck, you do have the Knight of Yellow Bricks, the Knight of Swords. There's this quest for clarity that's kind of represents here. It's the movement of clarity, the movement of thought, looking at expectations differently, changing stories is really coming through. It's funny because I'm looking at the Wizard of Oz deck, and then there's the Wicked deck. And it's interesting if you've seen both, then the Wizard of Oz, you get this perception of the Wicked Witch of the West. Oh, what an evil woman. Um, and or evil character, right? And then you get the Wicked story, which is the story behind the Wicked Witch, and you realize, whoa, 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 wait a minute. This is not what what I thought it was. And it's amazing. I love the transformation of the story. And I feel like that's what's coming in here is this huge transformation of the story, and you're discovering that things aren't as wicked as they are perceived to be, and that when we step out and we go in with an open heart and an open mind, we start to see the story differently, right? So let's see what else comes in. That's the bottom of the deck. So what else do they have here for you? Yeah, we have the Tower, which does tell us that whatever happens in our life does happen for us. When something or someone is removed out of our life, it's to create the space for us to find something that's more aligned with our energy and with what our higher self wants us to experience in the life. So the Tower card is this energy of um there's like for the good. It's for the good, right? So I like that. Um that's the 9. Here's the 911. Yeah, you have the 4 of coins. Something that you're learning through that tower moment or tower moments is about your sense of worth. And when something in the outside world lets us down, either in relationships or situations like job, education, or our bodies, our bank accounts, possessions, when any of those let us down or are removed out of our life because they're temporary and unstable, that brings us points us back to our self-worth. It points us inward and upward, and that's the for us. Whenever the outside world disappoints us, it's designed. It points us to realize those things don't define me, and they will always be unstable until I find my stability in here. Once I find my stability in here, I don't need stability from the outside world because I'm stable enough for myself that, things come and go and I'm fine, right? And I feel like there's this the beautiful awareness that comes in with this. Yeah, and you have the Page of Cups, which opens up to a new love. Toto, look at there's you and your doggy. No, it's not that they're not the love of your life. You are the love of your life. They're a representative of unconditional love in your life. But this Page of Cups is not that. This is, the person that is able to come sit at your table because they done knock the person off the stool and out. So now there's a vacancy for this higher vibrational love to come into your life, right? So I feel like there's this energy here coming in regarding this tower energy. So and understanding that this wasn't happening to me, which is like the tower energy, we kind of in the beginning go, "Oh my god, why is my tower burning down? Why is this happening to me?" Eventually, when we move and change the energy, we go, "Why did I want this to happen for me?" And it's telling us here, "Oh, I wanted, these people to be moved out of my life so that I could see that I'm the one I'm looking for, and I can raise my vibration and become stable in my self-love and my self-worth that I'm unimpacted, or at least not impacted as much as I was by people's actions or non-actions, their words or their silence." It's this beautiful wait a minute, I'm switching this up to realize, you know, I don't need to, you know, play that old story over and over again. I can choose a new story with that Knight of Swords. Below that, you got 3 more cards. You got the King of Yellow Bricks, yeah, so King of Swords, the master storyteller, so exactly as I was saying. This is like, I have the power to change the story. Someone out there doesn't need to change the story. I'm the one that created the story. I'm the only one that can change it. I have editor approval or editor access. No one else has editor access of my stories. You have the 6 of coins, the 6 of pentacles. Part of that is, and it's right underneath the 4 of pentacles. The 6 of pentacles is that, the rate of exchange. Talk about that a little bit in this last podcast. Um, which is abundance where it be. We talk about the 6 of pentacles. Abundance can be abundance of love, money, opportunities, jobs, or whatever. So if you haven't checked that out, I highly recommend it. If anyone else is interested in that, here's the link for ease of use. But that's that out of balance rate of exchange where when we have that belief in our inner child from earlier in our life, that I have to give so much to deserve so little, that overgiver, right? That this is part of what was revealed to me is, yeah, I'm changing this story. I don't need to give that much to deserve this little. I deserve truly in here. Now we might think I deserve that up here, but if our inner child goes, no, you don't, then they're not going to let him inside the city gates. That's what we talk about in that podcast is our energy draws things to us. And if we're focusing on gratitude for love and we're doing all that, that draws love to our doorstep. But we're trying to open the door and the inner child has the only key to the deadbolt. They're like, no, we don't deserve that yet. You can't let them in. It'll keep love at bay. It'll keep things at bay. So there is that energy, and we talk about that in the podcast, some things that we can do to get to the root of that, right? But that is part of the reason why we wanted to experience that, to reflect back to us so I could be like, wow, I am an overgiver. And if someone continues to take from me, I will continue to overgive until I'm exhausted, continue to overgive until I'm resentful, and then they'll go somewhere else because they can't compete with our overgiving. So they'll end up cheating or workaholic or spending time with friends or whatever and kind of things. And when we realize that, it's like, oh, this happened for me. I know I was an overgiver in codependent relationships, and these were the mirrors that came to me to free me from being an overgiver, mostly in relationships. I still, I'm a recovering overgiver. I still have to be careful about overgiving in what I do on a day to day basis, but it's that awareness sets us free, right? And then you have the Ace of Brooms, the Ace of Wands, which opens a new passion, a new energy. And it does. It happens for us again because all that energy that we're investing, that 1,000 to 1, that's a lot of energy we invest trying to get relationships, whether it's friends, family, lovers, or coworkers, employers, whoever, that we're doing so much to try to get love and validation from them. It's exhausting, and all that's going into like a black hole with all that energy. When we are able to bring it down 1 to 1, instead of 1,000 to 1, all that energy that we were pouring out there that was going nowhere, not bringing us any closer to receiving, comes back to us. And boy, the energy you get for your life and your excitement, and it's like exhilarating instead of exhausting. Because that's usually when we're overgiving, we feel exhausted. Because that's when we continue to give and we end up feeling resentful. When we step back and bring all that energy into us, right? So much. So I like that. And then you have 2 cards. You have the 3 of Brooms, the 3 of Wands, which is you with new information, changing direction. You are in power of changing your course. And you have the 10 of Bricks, the 10 of Swords. Look, follow the yellow brick road and you're going to Oz. There's the Emerald City. But the 10 of Swords is letting go of expectations. That's the change. It's like I'm letting go of my thoughts of what people are supposed to do, should do, need to do, have to do, must do. Who says, right? It's a story that we've had, and you are the master storyteller. I can change that. I can look at when someone disappointed me, is it their fault for not living up to the expectation I put on them? Or my expectation, or is it my fault for putting an expectation on someone, right? So if I like this, it's like, all right, Deb, now I expect you to give me $1,000 a day for the rest of your life. So that's my expectation. Please don't disappoint me. And you're like, Brother Z, you are about to be disappointed. Now, is that my fault for putting that on you or your fault for not living up to my expectation? Right. And it's so freeing when we realize that there's no fault at all, that I'm not at fault. They're not at fault. It's just a story that I believed. And when I realize it's a story that there is no grade, there is no court, there is no judgment or, you know, e executioner, judge, jury, or executioner, right? There just is, and when I'm able to release a lot of this thought and belief around what's happening, then I'm free, and they're free, and everyone's free. But most of all, we're free because 'cause we're like, "I don't have to try to, police all of these expectations, all these rules that are in here that aren't real." And I can turn in my little fake deputy of the universe badge to the creator and go, "I'm done playing," for a while. Sometimes we take it back to play and go, "Oh, that's right. This I remember how this feels. Here, I'm done with that already." So I like this, that with new information, you're changing direction, right? Um, and you have the 8 of coins. Yeah, the 8 of pentacles. So there is this transformation, this energy that you're letting old ways of caterpillar go as you're becoming a butterfly. So I do like this. That's a flow energy. You are letting go of things. And I like that. Yeah. I never thought he would say the things he said to me. And something to consider is what they said to you doesn't have the same story to them as you have over it for you. And when we realize, we're our master storyteller, and this is where that Knight of Swords comes in, right? So if you write down everything you thought they said, and then we can question them one by one and going, now, when they said this, why did that bother me? Because I have this story that when they say that, that means I'm worthless, or they don't think I'm worth anything, or they think this, or they think that. When we're like, is that really the story? Does that have to be the story? What if I change the story? Then it changes things, right? Yeah. No. No. Yes. So let's see here with the shaman's dream, what your oracle says as well. So you've got the eye of the needle, intentionality, card number 17. So this is all about clarity. It says, if you look through the eye of a needle, what do you see? Summon the experience of being so singularly focused on the task ahead that it becomes natural to remove everything that is superfluous, every distraction, every non essential, so you succeed. What is, in this case, the definition of success? In order for the threading of the needle to happen, everything not in alignment with your goal needs to go. This is the only way you'll get what you need. Shrewd discernment, the willingness to winnow down the needle thread connection to its essence. The eye of the needle looks so tiny, but once your intentions thread through it, a vast opportunity is presented on the other side. The needle can mend, can sew things together to make something meaningful and new. You're experiencing success right now. Stay true to your desires, to the work you need to accomplish, so you are laser focused on the experience of creating and manifesting. The outcome is assured by divine forces. And I feel like here, this is the intentionality, right? Um, there's this, wanting to know, you know, what these specific things are. And so I feel like you're going into probably the general reading that we'll still do your general reading to get some, I mean, the free reading to get more clarity too. But I feel like this is the intentionality, right? Um, there is this, what am I, what's my intention of understanding my interactions with, with them, right? It's like, if my intention is to prove them wrong, that they did something wrong, that they need to ask forgiveness, that there's fault, then it's not gonna go well because we're trapped in that judge, jury, wait, the judge, the jury, and the executioner, right? Psh, psh, psh. When we're going, if I change my intention to go, I wanna understand where my anger is coming from or my fear, what's at the root of it, what's the my intention is to understand the story that I've created around this so that I can change the story for me, because 'cause I'm the only one that can change that. Someone in the outside world can't, change it all. In fact, I imagine if they even came back and admitted, like, "I was wrong and you're right, and please forgive me and beg you for forgiveness," it's not gonna change the memory. It's still gonna be there, bubbling below the surface, right? So, I like that. I like this for you. But we'll see here. So your free question, let me see. Oh, yeah. Are you ever gonna shift your energy, some anger towards R? Yeah. So we'll check that energy too for your free reading too. But I feel like this is a good to sit and resonate with that for a little bit because it's gonna be wild before we get to that free reading. So you can sit with that and see what comes forward from, the depths of your Cancer moon energy, right? Blip, 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 blip. Yeah. Okay. So that is what they have for you for that, Deb Davy. So thank you again for your donation. We'll circle back around for your free reading here in a little bit as well. All right. So cheers, cheers. All right. So Maria P, you are up. We got two for you. So here's for your first one here. And let's get into it here. Let's see. Here they are. So for el numero uno here. So you got, what are Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today? Boom, boom. After your date? Boom, boom. Did he like your gift calendar for his desk? His thoughts on you for the new role? What's coming for you guys this weekend? What's coming for you at work? And Dr. Bob's thoughts on you today. All right. So Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. We got the devil card. And the devil card is, it's big mental Capricorn work energy. This is about letting go of long held thoughts and beliefs in mind and expectations energy. And so it feels like they're a bit on their mind, more in their mind than their emotions. And this is about, there would be this, I feel like their energy before your date was expectations. I feel like they were just in their mind mood, not in their heart. So they were like wondering what you're expecting and, are you going to be disappointed? Because that's one of their biggest thing is their fear of disappointing you, right? And they feel, you know, I feel like within them, they feel like I feel like they just have this people, not necessarily just women, but men and women in relationships have a lot of expectations. And he has all this idea of what is, all these rules supposed to be, should be his expectations. And he always has this fear that he's going to disappoint. And then when you express disappointment, oh, see, there it is. I knew it. I knew I was going to disappoint, kind of thing. After your date, you've got the 10 of brooms, the 10 of wands, which is a lot of energy, a lot of passion, a lot of feeling harvest kind of energy, which I like. It's like they went from feeling like burden energy before they came like, oh God, the burden of living up to expectations, to afterwards feeling on fire and in a positive way and like gratitude and fullness. So I like that. Did he like your gift calendar for his desk? You got the Queen of Swords. Yeah. So that's what helped. That's the balance between head and heart. So when they were in their head before, when you gave that to him, then that just kind of balanced out this overthinking energy that they were in. So they did like it. It did help, you know, make them feel better. Um, well, it doesn't make them feel better, but it made it easier for them to choose to feel better, right? Because we're not that powerful, we can't control other people's choices, but you made it an easier choice for them to go, "Oh, okay." I like that. His thoughts on you for the new role? We got the Justice card, the balance energy, and I feel like he went back and forth in his head here, um, and he feels like you'll get a lot of clarity around what you're wanting at work and what you're not wanting at work. Um, but I feel like I don't feel like he has a huge opinion around it with this energy that's coming in. I don't feel like he knows enough about it, but I feel like he's more thinking about your guys' relationship than he is about your new role. What's coming up for you guys this weekend? Got the Knight of Brooms, the Knight of Wands, passion, action, movement, go, 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 go kind of energy. Be very aware with all this Aries energy. We've been talking about already, but we're in the thick of it. Today, Mercury, the planet of communication, moved into Aries fire. So be aware of the energies because arguments can happen very or we can if we focus in on love, 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 can go really into love energy or passion too, with all this Knight of Wands energy. But be very aware, it's very passionate and it can go passionate uh, awry into fighting and arguments, or it can go into passion and closeness and expanding that energy. So a lot of action and movement this weekend. What's coming for you at work? Wheel of Fortune. You've been getting all these Wheel of Fortune, Queen of Pentacles, Empress, all this abundance energy. So there's some positive things definitely coming here for you. Um, and it is for you. So just, you can trust that whatever's unfolding is going to be for your highest experience here with this Wheel of Fortune. Even your human will be happy about what's unfolding. So that's what they have there. Dr. Bob's thoughts on you today. We got the 8 of coins and the sun card. So you shined bright, I would say. And the 8 of coins is about putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears, and the fruit that comes from it. So I feel like they felt you really stood out as working hard and you shined really bright today. So from Dr. Bob's standpoint, you were a rock star today. So that was their perception. So I like that. And then for your fortune cookie, this is the only one that we'll have tonight. It's one per person. Let's see what we got here. You've got the covenant, the sacred contract. Ooh, let's see what we got here. With number 7. So you're being invited now by the universe to enter into a sacred contract. The covenant card may also be a call to recognize that an ancient agreement you made with spirit needs to be renewed or canceled and torn up. Is an opportunity showing up right now that is full of promise, but you're unable to sign and seal the deal and commit to it? The reason is that it needs to be elevated to a sacred covenant. Ooh. A covenant must be founded on the truth, not your truth or his truth or her truth, but a greater capital T truth that takes the destiny of all into account. The covenant is not about your agenda only. Spirit must be invited to come to the table as guarantor of the good faith of all and to ensure that the direction you are embarking in will be for the greater good. It's important that you understand what you're signing up for. Be sure to read the fine print so as not to commit to something you will soon regret or that you'll compromise your integrity. Do not hesitate to put all your cards on the table so that your motives and desires are transparent and nothing is left in darkness. When shadow elements remain hidden, the covenant breaks down and becomes a contract with an unspoken dark side that is inevitably fulfilled. Ooh, interesting, right? So that is what they have for you for number 1 there for you, Maria. We'll circle back around for number 2 here in a moment. I'm just going to do some shout outs, make sure my list is all updated. Hey, great courts. Nope, the list is still wide open. So feel free. And Sudeshni, we're dropping in to say hello. You might have already left by now. That was a little while ago. That was only 15 minutes ago. But if you're still here, hello. Good to see you. And we have Celino. Hello. Good to see you. Hello, hello. I don't think I had anyone else here. Let me just make sure here. Because I have Marissa. Yeah, so I think that was it. All right. So Maria P, we're circling back around for number 2, 24212. So thank you for your dual donations. Let me just update this here. Boom, boom. All right. And back out of that one and get into this one here. All right. Shuffle this up one more time. And you want to know, how will your second interview go? So based on current energies. Boom. And then, why was there a lady asking me if I applied and if I got a call? Question. All right. I didn't say much. Good. Yeah, I feel like you're like, none of your business. Dr. Laura and Dr. David's thoughts on you for the role. So we got Dr. David, Dr. Laura, or Dr. Laura, Dr. David. That's how they were. Do I have a good chance to get the new role based on current energies? And then Dr. Bob's thoughts on you with the new role. All right. So, how will your second interview go? You do have the 8 of coins. Here's the 8 of pentacles. Putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears. There's a good possibility here of, seeing the fruit of how much you put into preparing for the second interview. They're bringing back, that energy of focusing in on being prepared around the communication piece, around, just kind of practicing how would you communicate that if someone asked you, like, what do you feel your biggest challenge has been in your role? I feel like if you go, communication, at first it was with everyone, but, I feel like I've worked on with patients, and I feel like I'm working on it with, people in the office, and this is the steps I'm taking, this is what I'm planning on doing, and I feel like, preparing and just thinking through those things, um, feeling like what you can offer the position, what you'd like to see from it, just being prepared. And then when you go into it, of course, going into it calm, right? In gratitude, not in fear of, I got to get this, right? Because then we talk about, right, how that limits your ability to communicate. Whereas if you're coming from your heart and coming from a place of gratitude, that it's like, love what I'm doing now. And this is great energy, right? So hopefully that helps. Why was there a lady asking if you applied, if you got a call here? 6 of coins. Someone here, it feels like this person, the 6 of coins is this it's a codependent kind of energy, but it's basically it's coming through as someone's insecure and they're wondering, "Did you get it? Did you get it?" And I feel like they're asking a lot of people, "Did you get it? Did you get a call?" Because they're feeling if they can find out who's still interviewing, who's still, has, like, in the running, who's not. I feel like it's not that they're being a busybody, but they were being a busybody, but I feel like, because I don't feel like that person was interviewing for it. I feel like a friend of theirs was, and they were just out there asking questions because they're insecure and their friend's insecure. They're trying to be this overgiver and dig into the whatever to be able to tell, their friend who's insecure that's still also, interviewing. That's funny. It happens. um, Dr. Laura's thoughts on you have the Ace of Yellow Bricks, Ace of Swords, clarity. Um, I feel like it's a positive energy. I feel like they're understanding you more, understanding where you're coming from. And I like that because they're really looking into that and, finding this awareness of who you are in a positive way. So I feel like oh, wow, I didn't know that about you. So I feel like they're learning more about you. David's thoughts on you for the role. Yeah, magician. They do believe you got everything inside of you, good for that position. So I do feel like they're very supportive of you in that role. They feel like, because that's what that magician is they got everything, all the aces inside of them. And so that is this empowered and like, yeah, I feel like they do feel like you have what it takes to have the role. Do you have a good chance for the role? You got the 10 of brooms. 10 of wands is a ton of opportunity and possibility, but it's also depends on your energy. If you go in with the sense of gratitude, right? Higher vibrational energy, that draws it for you. If you go in with fear and want and need and um yeah, the want and need energy and the fear energy and the must have energy, that's what pushes it further away. So if you're going in, it depends on the energy you go in with because you have 10 of wands. Wands is possibility energy, 10 is a lot, but your energy, it depends on where you're pointing it, that draws the stuff to you, right? So I like that. Doctors Bob's thoughts on you in the new role. You got the Queen of Cups. Yep, they feel like you have the heart for it with the Queen of Cups, Queen of Flowers. Under the surface, let's see what we got here. I mean, we've got the Tower card here. Let's see what all this is, because then you have the 7 of Swords and the 8 of Swords. So below the surface, I feel like, you know, they do feel they've seen your growth. Um, the Queen of Cups, I feel like there's this, like you have a huge heart, and they're like, you have the heart for it, but with this other is like, are you, with the 7 of Swords, like from the 7 of Swords to the 8 of Swords, there is this, if they feel like if you can, get past some of your own, um, restrictions on your own self, that you can do well. And what I mean by that is they feel like the only person that's holding you back is you, your thoughts and limitations. And they feel like they've seen your confidence in yourself grow a lot. That's that 7 to the 8 of Swords there. but they're like, that would be the only thing that's kind of like in their mind is this, um, your thoughts and beliefs and the communication a little bit here too. The 7 of swords being the conflicting communication that if you can get beyond that, then they're like, because it's the sensitivity of what other people said or didn't say and do that they're like, I feel like that's the only thing that they're feeling could impact it is, um, the amount of interaction that you have to do and how important interaction is, if that makes sense, in this role about communicating with others, that, it's been your challenge. They've seen your growth, but, that would be the only thing. I feel like they're bringing up communication so much that if you bring it up, um, or I feel they will if you don't, anyway, and, about growth, in that communication. So hopefully that makes sense. I know I talked about that a lot, but I feel like that's important. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your dual donations. And we will eventually circle back around for your free reading as well. All right. So many blessings to you. Right. All right. Let me just a couple more shout outs and we'll jump back in here. I know I've been on for almost 3 hours with no free readings yet. Kind of, I used to stop at 2.5 hours, but I feel like I'm going to try to do as many donations as I can. Um, and I will get to free readings as well. Um, so hang in there, everybody. I know I should need to update my little process down below, but I feel like I want to give the priority to donations as much as I can. And so that's what I'm gonna continue to do here. And I do have some more that came in here too. So we do have Celino. Hello, good to see you. I'll get you added on to the free reading list here. And we have Anna in the house. Hey, Anna, good to see you. Hey, Great Courts. I see your donation. You jumped in there first. We'll get you next on that list there. Boom, boom. And then Anna. Hello, hello. Good to see you. And let me get your questions up here. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. All right. Think I've got it all there. Boom, boom, boom. All right. So have everything up to date. So where we're at donations, up next we have 2 for Alice, and then Aunt Rose, and then Marissa Smith, and then Great Courts, and Anna. You'll be up after that. Yeah, you're very welcome. So cheers, cheers, everybody. I'm so grateful for all of you being here. Thank you for all the thumbs up too. Help spread the Zen love, and you're part of the love tsunami. So thank you so much for that. All right. So, Alice, we are up to 5320. So thank you for your additional donation. We'll put that down here. And we have, when is Kyle thinking of breaking up with you? We'll do, I didn't bring up my when deck. Oh, rude. Let's bring those out here. We'll do a when card here. See, based on current energies, where we're at here. So based on current energy. Okay. Nope, none of those. All right. All right. So that card came flying out. All right. And then, is he going to, and a timeline we can put to the breaking up. So we'll get some more information here on what this timing means and what impacts the timing here. Right, that's it. Okay. Yeah. So that is he. The bottom of the deck, you do have the Tower card, right? So the Tower card does represent someone being removed out of our life for us. And, um, there is this, it creates a space for someone who's more in alignment with our energy and clears the pathway for us to move forward on where, we're heading there, right? So, um, that's telling me that is he? Yeah. I feel like he's being removed out of your life, either you booting or them leaving, or spirit somehow kidnapping them with aliens or gypsies and they're disappear out of your life. But in the Tower card is telling me undoubtedly, based on current energies, that they would not be in there, right? Um, and then we asked the when. We got the 5 of Cups energy, and this is Mars and Scorpio. Even though it says October 23rd to November 1st, I feel like the months they were like, that's not accurate. I don't feel like they're gonna keep things going that long. I feel like with the 5 of Cups, that's when sorrow, when there's enough lower vibrational emotional energy, that's when they cut it, when there's a change of heart, right? Um, but I feel like this is more of when you feel this enough, I feel like you're the one, because I feel like right now that this energy kind of going back to your first reading now, which I totally forgot about till right now, as they're like, "Psh, psh," remember that they're kind of in that, well, until you get upset enough where you're like, I'm done, or until they find the next batter up, right? And I feel like this, how patient are you? Would you wait until October 23rd if things kind of just feel like they're stagnated and kind of not moving forward, just kind of going in circles? We'll see. Let's what these other cards bring in here for you as well. Because you got the hanged one, which is an energy of pausing energy, right? Things are paused. Next to that, we do have the Wheel of Fortune, which, like the Tower card, tells us whatever unfolds is for us, and that eventually even your human would agree that this is for me, especially when this ends and you find this person that communicates, that treats you in a way that is compatible with you, that matches your energy instead of, you know, kind of where they're at in their life, right? Um, you do have the King of Yellow Bricks, King of Swords energy, which is a lot of energy around thinking and thought and belief and storytelling. And this is a different energy than I normally get from this card because this is more so I'm telling you the story I think you want to hear to keep you interested until I'm not, you know. Um, and a lot that they're in their head from the previous reading too, that they're trying to understand what it is they want and don't want. And I feel like they're constantly analyzing this long list of expectations just to make sure, but comparing a lot. So they're very much in their head. What's underneath here? Yeah, we do. I mean, we've got the World card, which is the last card in the major arcana, which is an ending of cycles, and the 8 of Cups is walking away from relationships that don't serve anymore. So I just feel like they're caught up in their head in a bit here, but going back to that first reading, it does feel like they're just kind of in this cycle of theirs where when things get lower vibrational enough and when you get unhappy enough, then that's when they're like, "Okay, it's time to not draw this out," kind of energy. But I do feel like they still are, you know, in that search for someone that and again, you've been way up on the list where they're like, "I haven't had hardly anybody that's been at the level of meeting up to these expectations they have in their head, and that's why they're kind of in this, is this as good as I can get? Then I don't wanna let it go, but what's behind curtain number 2? They're bringing that back in. What if there is someone that does more? Because I didn't think there was someone that could reach this many, and you surprised him that you were, more, and that's why he hasn't moved as fast as he normally does and moving on to batter up because he's really kind of, being having scrutiny over these new ones because they've got a big bar to live up to. That's why you've been at bat longer than I feel like a lot of his past batter ups, in a way. So I feel like it's still so up in the air. I don't feel like there's a set date in his mind of, okay, I'm going to end it here. It's just like, how long can this go on? How long will you put up with things kind of going in circles while I'm evaluating and seeing, is there someone else out there as I, you know, see what else is possible out there? Is there anyone that surpasses you? And is there anyone that can meet that high bar that he has, right? Poor little boo boo. I know he's gonna have a big awakening someday when he realizes he's the one that's been keeping him from so many amazing experiences, um, that go beyond how far he gets. Because he thinks, "Okay, well, let me opt out." If he would continue and release and let things go, he could have some amazing relationship, but when we're focusing in on who someone's not being, we get more that expands. When we're focused on what we love about someone, that expands, but he hasn't learned that. He's focused on this list, which is a good mirror for all of us, right? The more we focus on what's not happening in our lives, the more we experience less than, right? When we focus on what's happening in our life, we get more than. So I like that. All right. So, and then we'll go to number 2 here in a sec. Hey, great chords at sea. Just curious, how long will it take to reach you? Only spirit knows. I never know how long these go. We have Alice up next, and then Aunt Rose, and then Marissa, and then you, and then Anna. So, I don't know, 30 minutes maybe or more. I don't know. But, I'm not sure. It all depends. Sometimes spirit gets extra chatty, other times messages come in really quick. As I said, hell if I know. I'm just the radio station. All right. Hopefully that helps a little bit. You'll be patient. Okay, cool. All right. So, Alice, you're up 30246 for your number 3. Thank you again for your multiple donations. I appreciate that. There we go. And so, for this one, Lucas's thoughts, feelings, intentions towards you. And are there any other girls? All right. All right. So Lucas's thoughts, feelings. Is on all those. All right. And then are there any other girls in their life? All right. Nope, not those. Okay. I guess those are just it here. Oh, wow. All right. Let's see what we've got going on here. Okay. All right. Well, the bottom of the deck, I mean, we've got the star card, which is like a dream come true energy, mind dream come true energy. I know, oh God, not another one that has this dream in their mind that's out of control. That doesn't feel like the same energy as the other. Um, so they're kind of their thoughts and feelings. They do see you here, this high priestess energy, which is it's the number 2 of the major arcana, which is an energy of someone who's very self-reflective and intuitive and really in tune, almost a little witchy, in their mind. Not like, an evil witch, but someone who's like, you have an interesting, intriguing energy about you, is what I feel like they're feeling around that. We also have the Two of Cups, which feel like they do feel like your relationship material. There is that emotional connection that's there. So they do have that that's there. You have the Two of Swords, the two of yellow bricks, which, they're in this, their head and their heart are battling back and forth, which is normal. I feel like this is fairly newer energy that's coming in here. So I feel like they're kind of just bouncing back and forth between their head and their heart, you know. Their heart is like, yeah, yeah, and the mind's like, well, I don't know. Let's just there's some more to be discovered about you with this high priestess energy too. Um, we have the Knight of Coins and the Three of Wands. I feel like they were wanting in the beginning to kind of take more time, but this Three of Wands feels like they're, as they're getting to know you, they want to go a faster direction. I feel like here with this Knight of Pentacles, because it feels like, well, at first I thought I'm just going to get to know you. I'm going to take my time and da da da. But this Three of Wands is like their heart is really, let's move it, speed it up, mind. We're not going to take that long. Let's get to it here. Let's inquire more. And I feel like if you haven't noticed the interest and the communication and the inquiry speeding up, you're about to see that kind of pick up because of this Aries energy too that's coming in, tons of it here. I feel like they're really wanting action and movement, and so I feel like they're gonna be, um, escalating communication with you. Are there other girls? We got the Knight of Brooms. Oh, man. And the Four of Coins. So I feel here with the Knight of Wands, that's like someone who's very passionate person. But with this Four of Pentacles, I feel that they are, when I'm not with someone, then I can be having multiple people that I'm hooking up with and seeing kind of energy. But when I find home, the Four Pentacles, then they put up the four walls and they do stick to one person. So there are other girls right now, but once they decide, then that's it. They do wall off everyone else, kind of energy that's here. So, I do feel like they're, just checking out other people, doing that kind of thing. But when they find someone that they're really interested in, then they do, in a way, you know, take themselves off market and they don't do any of that kind of fooling around energy. At least that's what's coming through for right now with all of that. So interesting. Something to also, you know, be aware of what you're picking up and your spidey sense. But it feels like that's their intentions, is to get to know you more, and they wanna speed up that communication to see if you're that person that they wanna, you know, tear up their little black book or at least lock it up in case you dump them. They don't wanna get rid of it, but, just in case, break the glass in case of emergency, like if you end up not, but I feel like that's kinda where we're coming in there. So hopefully that helps. That's what they got for you, Alice. So many blessings to you. All right. Hey, Minu, good to see you. Hello, hello. I see your request. We'll get you on the free reading list here. All right. Well, that list is getting quite long. I was just scrolling up. I'm like, wow. All right. So we will continue moving down the list here. See where we at. 3 hours. Okay. So Aunt Rose, you're up 309:17. So here's your timestamp. And let's see here, Aunt Rose. Yes, yours is one that I can give a love and a like to here. And you wanna know, what do you need to know if you reconnect with JP? All right. Brush the deck here. Let's see here. Based on current energies, what do you need to know if you reconnect with JP? 1 and 2 and 3 and 3 more. Boom, boom, boom. All right, let's see what do we got here. Right. Bottom of the deck, we do have the Ace of Pentacles. There is an energy with the Ace of Pentacles is unless like you see your worth differently and they see their worth differently than when you guys were before, it's just going to repeat the cycle. It's just going to go in circles. It's not going to be a new opportunity. It's going to be a rerun. Oh, I've seen this one before. And I've seen that before. I've seen that before. I've seen that before. So I feel like that's the underlying energy. Let's see what else they want you to know here. Yeah, we have the Chariot, which is the power of choice energy that comes in here. And they're saying, there's no wrong choice. Um, but we get to choose, right? There's no have to, supposed to. And there's even this energy that um they're not like a twin flame soul partner forever the rest of your life only energy. Like if you choose them, you could be with them, but you can also be with other people. There's not like a fated individual that you would be with in this lifetime. That you could choose them, but you're gonna keep repeating the cycles until, both of you change. And that's what they're saying is there's no right choice, there's no wrong choice, just different choices with different experiences and different outcomes. And they're kinda saying that if you chose JP, you would kinda keep going in circles, and you would eventually change where you're like, "I'm not putting up with this crap." And if they're not choosing to evolve, then things don't change, right? Let's see what these other 2 cards are that came out with that here. Yeah, so you have the Lovers card. So there is, this potential here, but the 10 of Brooms, the 10 of Wands, it has to do with the amount of energy that's, put into from both sides. Because one side can feel like a burden, the other one can feel like abundance, but if it feels like a burden, that's when it, goes out the door and that has to do with focusing in on who someone's not being instead of focusing on who someone is being, right? But I still feel like there's this repeating cycles energy here, and it takes like I feel like if they don't take steps to evolve as a person, then it does feel like a burden. It feels like it takes you so much to be able to stay in the relationship with them versus, the difference of choosing someone that's more in alignment with your energy. It feels more like gratitude and ease instead. So I feel like there's, this constant conflict here. Let's see what these other 3 cards are here. Yeah, you have the 2 of Coins, the 2 of Pentacles. There is this choice of 2 people in the outside world. Yeah, on one side, you have this, beautiful, bright energy here, this Sun card, this someone that feels like warmth and someone that feels like abundance, like we were talking about. Or on the other side, you have the Death card, the continual ending energy, ending and beginning, ending and beginning, ending and beginning with them over and over and over again. But it feels like there's just this, yeah, you end up killing them. No, no, that's not what it means. But there is this realization you'll continue to have them be this mirror for you until you raise your self love and your self worth energy, where you're like, yeah, I deserve more than this, instead of repeating the cycle, because I feel like they're a mirror that is showing you what you're wanting to see about yourself, that you do deserve more, you deserve communication, you deserve expression of emotion, consistent, someone who feels like they're trying, someone who feels like, um, your my relationship with you is more important than me winning an argument, and you're worth me going to counseling or us going to counseling, that kind of energy. So, let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. I just feel like I don't know, I just feel like you deserve more, right? Yeah. Stranger, curiosity, and not stranger danger, stranger danger. I don't know if you guys have that where you're at. But it says the stranger moves through the world in a shroud of darkness that often elicits fear, rejection, and uncertainty, as the danger of the unknown defines its very presence. Yes, there's a veil of separation between you. Look closer and summon the courage to remain open to what you might find. You may be conditioned to look only for what mirrors what is safe and known to you, refusing to entertain any concept of other beyond something to fear. In order to broaden your world and your experience of it, you must refute the illusion that sameness is the only way. Nothing you expect externally matches up with the other, and you're challenged by your own inexperience. But don't miss this opportunity for learning. Something extraordinary is being offered to you now if you remain curious and teachable. Allow the newness to envelop you as you explore the possibilities. This is a departure from your expectations, but the stranger has come to invite you to dance to a new music, a new tempo, a new sensation that will add more dimension to you and what you create as a result. Now is the time to leave room for other points of view, other ways of seeing with humility and grace. This is a defining moment. Take the risk. Life is like a precious diamond with many facets, not just one. I feel like this is that stranger, the sun energy that's coming in, right? This fire Leo energy of a lot. You could learn from that experience with this other person that's coming your way too. So hopefully that helps, Aunt Rose. That's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. All right. Let me take another quick sip here. Getting oh, my coffee is almost gone. Do not fear, I do have water as my next beverage, so we're good. All right, Marissa, you're up. 3:17:56. Here is your timestamp here. And you'd like a general in love for May. All right, let's shuffle these. All right. So, what is coming in for May for love for you based on current energies? So, we got this, and this. We've got this and this and that, leading to that. Oh, that one. All right. All right. Let me scooch. Let me give your donation a love and a like here. How rude. There we go. All right. So, bottom of the deck, we do have the moon card. So, the moon energy that's coming in here, we definitely have this connection to the moon that is coming up in May. May 1st, we have a full moon in Scorpio. I know, right? So we start off with this beautiful, revealing water, emotional energy that starts up. And I feel like there's bringing in a lot of emotions from the surface for you in the month of May. So I like that energy there, the hidden emotions being revealed. So let's see what that brings in here. What about else about love here? We do have the Knight of Brooms, the Knight of Wands. So there is, I mean, I don't feel like this is question energy. This is movement of passion energy. So I do feel here, it's like it almost feels like the month starts off with a boom where there's a spark and it brings up these emotions. So it starts off with a bang. Let's see what these three cards tell us about this Knight of Wands energy. So you've got the Nine of Swords, which is the nightmare and insomnia energy. Nine of Swords is like fears are immediately, kind of, I feel like it comes out of nowhere. And so it's like, it's almost uh, too fast of an energy coming towards you. Yeah, because you have the Page of Cups that comes along with that, which is this emotional energy that pops up. The Knight of Swords, too. So a lot of movement of communication, um, love energy, this Page of Wands that just comes in with so much fire and so much passion and so much energy that I feel like there's this whoop, whoop, wait a minute, hold your horses, literally, right? These knights. So hold your horses. You're trying to move too fast, right? And that's the thing that you've been learning, right? Is when we move fast into a relationship, we miss all the red flags because we think they're a carnival, and we realize, wait a minute, I want to, these are cautionary. I want to work through these and not have to have all of these things come all up at once, right? So I feel like that's the beginning, and there is this spark, and someone comes on very strong. Let's see what else we have here. Yeah, we have the magician. There's a lot of, I like this stop energy. Like I said, you stepping into your power and the page of coins and your self worth here. And I like this. I feel like this is you stepping up in this month, going, wait a minute, and what's meant for you won't pass you by. And I feel like this is important for you to go, I get to voice my opinion on if things are moving too fast or too slow or whatever, right? But I feel like this is like, wait a minute, stepping into your power and what makes you happy. And if you're afraid, well, if what if I tell them, hold on, can we get to know each other a little more before you like jump on me, um, and want things to move fast, in a physical way and all this, passionate way and everything. It's like, I'm worth waiting for, we don't have to jump directly to that. Can we talk some more? Oh, no, blah, blah, blah. Well, then you show me who you are, right? I'm not saying that they're going to do this. I feel like this is you being able to stand up for yourself and do that, right? So I like that. Um, Underneath that, you've got the Seven of Swords. Yep. And what is this? The Six of Wands. Yeah. And I like this. This is like the Seven of Swords is your thoughts and beliefs that used to cheat you out of opportunities. And the Six of Wands is a victory energy. And what I like about this is like this is showing you what you are aware of and what you're working on releasing yourself from this belief that, like, if I believe I'm not worth waiting for, then I will give in and do whatever. The Six of Brooms, it's equal passionate attraction. It's like I'm really attracted to you, and yeah, I want to get there with you soon, but can I at least get to know your name? No, it's not that bad. Can I at least get to know you a little more? And or not at least, but I would like to get to know you a little more. Can we just wait a little bit? And I like that, that energy. So positive, powerful energy, I feel, self-empowerment. So I like that. Yep, and I do feel like here, this individual with the Hierophant, this is the master of learning, the master of change. You see a lot of clarity. You really see you learn a lot through this interaction with this individual. Now, the Hierophant number 5, it's also stepping stone energy, which means they're not like your long-term soulmate that you meet, but you learn a lot about your empowerment. because you have the Queen of Wands here too, Queen of Brooms, which is you stand up in your power like the magician, and you have this and you're like, I'm okay that, you know, if this is a sparkler that's fizzy, 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 and it fizzes out and they're gone. I learned a lot about me, um, and I learned that I can stand up for what I want as well, and in a gentle way. It's not "You will not pass," that's from Lord of the Rings, but, I like this, energy for you, for me, so it does feel like there is a passion interest there, but, it's for your growth. This isn't someone that you're gonna be with for a long time. Alright, so I feel like that's what they have. Let's get to your fortune cookie here too. This is the one right here. And you have mindful. Mindful, not mindful, but mind is full and groupthink. So we've got number 40 here. Says the human mind can be so many things: a prison, a latrine, oh my God, a circus, a temple, a cave. It can be a place of restriction or a place of never ending expansion. Right now, be careful of where you wander in your mind. So, this is for May for love, right? The quality of your thoughts is key as you're in a fertile time for full manifestation. You want to ensure that the seeds you plant will sprout and flourish into the life you seek to grow. Be mindful not to scatter weeds. It's easy to be influenced by others right now, too, especially in our digital age. It's hard to protect yourself from the energy and the sheer amount of information bombarding you 24/7. If you allow all the fear and uncertainty to pollute your mind and emotions, you will fill yourself up with this negativity and then see more of it in the outer world. Stay out of gossip and other forms of groupthink, for when you cut another person down to their level due to their perceived mistakes or limit them by your envy, you activate lack for yourself. So, fill yourself with thoughts of plenty. Imagine your universe unfettered by scarcity and alive with abundant hope and goodness. Be mindful of what your mind is full of and keep the faith. Good brings more good, love, more love, gratitude, more things to be grateful for. So it's a good energy. It's like this is a good training ground, good stepping stone. When someone's not living up to your expectations, instead of focusing on how they're not being who you want them to be, when you focus on, I'm grateful for this about them and this about them and this about them and this about them, it's a good practice. It's a good way to put that gratitude into as part of your practice, as part of your character. And I like that this is a good opportunity for you to see the difference it makes in your own life as you're doing that. So hopefully that helps, Marissa. That's what they have for you right now. So many blessings to you. And thank you again for your donation. All right. So let's see here. Oh, Sean G. Hey, Sean G. I see your free reading. We'll add that onto the free list here. And Anna, thank you so much for your second donation. Get you on the list here too. And I like it for Thank you. For entertainment purposes only. I'm grateful for that. It does save me spewing all that disclaimer that's in the description box. So thank you for that. All right. So I think I am all caught up. So we have Great Courts up next, and then Anna for year two. And then I'm not cutting off donations, but any donations I get after here, I'm going to go do at least 30 minutes of free readings after these next three. And then if I have any donations that come in, I'll jump to those after that and then go back and finish the free readings. Let's see, how many do I have here? I got like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I got about 20 free readings out there, so we have quite a list. So I will do my best to get to everyone tonight. So just so you know, I'm gonna have to take a break here after I finish these 3 readings to just hit the little gentlemen's facilities before we jump into free reading. So be prepared for that too. All right. So great courts. You are up 329.55. TMI, I know. That's all right. So great courts. Here is your timestamp. And let's give your donation a love and a like. Thank you so much for that. And thank you for your patience in getting to your question as well. So you asked your neighbors for their dogs because they're not taking care of them. Oh, how nice. They said they'll let me know today. Will you get them? Will everything go well? Oh, I love that. So let's take a look here. Based on current energies, will you get the puppy dogs? So we got that. And will everything go well? Let's see what we got here. Got those. That one. I do want this one. And those two. All right. What do we got here? Yeah, we do have the High Priestess energy here. So High Priestess is this, kind of this stepping back, you gaining clarity, hidden things revealed, that come in here. So I feel like, trust your gut, trust your intuition with everything that's unfolding between them here. I don't feel like there's this anything too ominous about that, but we'll keep that in mind as we're looking at these other things here. So, number one, will you get them today? We do have the Seven of Swords, which there is this, it's like there's this energy of, it's not like intentional deceit or lying, but I feel like they said they'll get back to you today. I feel like they won't today. And that high priestess feels like you're waiting up into your temple, waiting, waiting, waiting. So I got a little bit of that in the beginning, but now they confirmed it here. I feel like they won't let you know today, but like tomorrow. So I feel like they needed to make sure about something regarding the dogs. I wonder if they're even theirs, if they're watching them for a family member or, like, it was their children's or someone that was staying with them and where that person moved to, that they don't have like, they can't have animals where they went, and so they were stuck taking care of the dogs. That's why they're not really invested in them, because I don't feel like they're theirs, and so they're reaching out to the person going, "Hey, we have someone who will take these dogs off our hands. Is it okay to let them have them?" And I feel like that's what's going on is, like, we need to go check with someone. That's the kind of energy. That's like there's this hidden revelation of, "Oh, these aren't our dogs." Technically, they're not our dogs. They're, like, someone that stayed with them or a child. It was or a family member that stayed with them. And they're no longer there, but they got the dog stuck behind, if that makes sense. Um, it's that kind of energy. So tomorrow, we've got the 6 of Cups. I feel like maybe it is child, that this is, like, maybe their child's dogs, and they're like, "I just wanna make sure. Do you guys want them? No? Alright, then we're getting rid of them. Okay." I feel like that's child energy with the 6 of Cups. Um, yeah. Yeah. So I feel like that they do decide here with the World card, which is abundance, and the Ace of Cups energy, which is joy. So I do feel um, they end up contacting you like tomorrow saying, yeah, yeah, they're yours if you want them. We just needed to make sure, you know, that they didn't want them still. And you're like, all right, Red Rover, Red Rover. Will everything go well? We got the Judgment card. Yeah, this is a good, your higher self pulling you. So I feel like this what was going, in your, like, this pulling to do that was, like, your higher self pulling you to do this. It wasn't, like, fear or guilt or, "Oh, those poor animals," You probably have that as your huge heart, but I feel like this is more than that. I feel like this is a a win-win-win situation that will unfold here. Yep, you have the Tower card, which I like this. And this is, this, sometimes the Tower a lot of times the Tower is this energy about, um someone or something being removed out of your life to make space, blah, blah, blah. And maybe you did. Maybe you had something happen where now it's more easier for you to bring them into your home. But there is this other part of the tower that doesn't come out a ton, which is things are also brought into your life on purpose for a purpose to align your energy. So I feel like there is a purpose to you receiving animals into your life because I feel like they will help rescue you just as much as you help rescue them in that kind of energy. So I love that. And then you have the hermit because you need to have, company, not be alone. I like this. And here comes the flying monkeys. But this is the justice card. This beautiful balance. 'Cause I feel like you you spend a lot of time alone, right? And I feel like they'll be great company, they'll help you get out and meet people, more people, here too. They help bring this balance into your life. So I like that kind of energy coming in here. That's funny. So, yeah, the high priestess and the hermit kind of up in you're all by yourself. You need some flying monkeys, in this case, some doggies to help, keep you company, and they do get you out, maybe going to dog parks or going for walks, and you meet people and get some, human interaction that way too. That's funny, I love that. It looks positive, coming in there. It's all those flying monkeys. I feel like they'll all get along there. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. But, yeah, there wasn't any kind of conflict energies, when I asked for those, particular ones coming in there. So I gotta stretch my shoulder. Been acting up. There we go. This we have deep diver, diving into a task. Yeah, they're like, "Jump in, all in." So I like that. Let's see what we got here. It's easy to play in the shallows where the waters are clear and you can see all that glitters by your feet. Anyone can venture here. There's little risk, nothing to discover, no dark secret, nothing that you can't already perceive. The treasure has long been picked away, replaced by a gentle certainty. In the shallow river is safety and no surprises. Boring, right? Ah, but that's not who's calling you now. The deep diver invites you to take the plunge with him. You can't see the bottom, but you must swim into the dark depths to find the mystery that eludes you now. He knows where the pearls lie underneath the ancient sands. You are called to look beyond the surface of things for your answer. Let your intuition propel you into the water. Allow your memories to swirl around you and your emotions to well up as you face the unknown. Your curiosity will be your greatest guide. You'll surely discover something wondrous to bring back to everyone who's waiting by the shore, but only you will truly know the value of your discovery. Are you willing to do the work? Dive in, make the commitment to see it through, and you'll be amazed. Yeah, so that's saying here, trust your intuition, like, you know what like, you have this instinct to know what you need to do to introduce them, right? Um, so you're gonna do the steps, you're gonna do it in the way intuitively that works out well, like, I'm gonna introduce this dog first to this one, and this dog to this one, and then they all just kinda get along. So I like this, you know, they'll get along and you have this prize, but they're like, "Dive in. You will know what to do. You instinctively know what to do." And you know in your heart how to introduce them to each other, right? So I like that. Yeah. So it's releasing it, knowing that what's meant for you will never pass you by, right? So like, at least if you don't hear from them today, you're like, "It's okay, I'll hear from them tomorrow." Because like I said, they're double checking with those, and that's based on your energy too. Like, if you release it right now and just go, "You know what? I trust you, creator." There's nothing unknown to the creator and spirit world. They know everything. They know everyone's thoughts and emotions, everything that's going on. So we're not on an out of control drama train. So when you release it, that can even have it come in faster because your fears and the overthinking actually can make it weigh out. It weighs down and anchors down the ship from moving. So if you release these anchors and go, you know what, I'm releasing it. Thank you, creator. You're going to bring them to me in the perfect timing, the perfect way. So, right. Yeah, exactly. And he knows the outcomes. He knows what's going on over there and everything. And it can speed your energy can speed things up by releasing it and focus on what you're grateful for rather than the want, the need, and any fears too. So I like that. Right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. I appreciate that. And enjoy the new doggies. Thank you so much. You're so sweet. Thank you. All right. Let me take a swig here and then Anna, you're up next. Boom, boom. So cheers, everybody. I think that's guava flavored water. Yum. All right. So Anna, 341.21 is for your first one there. I'm going to give both ears a love and a like here since I already have your questions written down here or pasted. I didn't write them. So, thank you for that first one there. Absolutely. So good seeing you. Welcome back. I was wondering about you. I haven't seen you in a while. Come across my mind from time to time, but by the time I go to reach out to anyone, I've been distracted into other things. So, but you were on my mind at times, right? So, for entertainment purposes, annually you submit your own taxes, right? However, this year I'm thinking about hiring a CPA, Bob, who was recommended by a friend. My taxes are pretty straightforward, so will hiring Bob be beneficial? All right, we'll do that first. Yeah, is the juice worth the squeeze? All right, so look at that here. Is it worth the squeeze? All right, I got that there. And then any other details can pick up, right? Are they gonna find anything that's, like you said, yours is pretty straightforward. There's not a whole lot to, you know, get you extra income if, by paying for them though. Although I think accounting fees are tax deductible, right? We'll see here. Yeah, bottom of the deck, you do have the 10 of wands, which can go either way. It can either be a burden or abundance, and I guess we'll see here in the cards here. But it's the energy. Is the energy, like you said, is the energy worth the benefit? So you have the page of yellow bricks, which is the page of swords. I don't know. I mean, it it's the it feels like more of confirmation, the page of swords. It's like it feels like you gain clarity around your taxes, but I don't know. Let's see what these other cards are here. 'Cause it feels like they confirm some things for you, you get some questions answered, feel like they adjust some stuff, but in the end, I don't know. Let's see what else we got here. It doesn't feel like, because you got the devil card here, which is clarity around some long-held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets and mental clarity, and you got the page of cups, which it makes you happy, you know, it's like you're happy with the clarity, but I don't know, it doesn't feel here. Let's see what else. We got a couple more cards. We got the 6 of coins, and the Knight of Bricks, the Knight of Swords again. So, there's this energy here of Six of Coins. It is a beneficial card, but what I'm getting from it is like, well, it's like they get you money in this category, but then it takes it away in this one. Almost feels like it's a wash. And I feel like especially since you have to pay them, that in the end, it's like you get some great information, you gain some clarity, but in the end, it's like, well, you got me a little bit, but that's the amount that I paid you, so I don't feel like there's a whole lot of benefit in it this year. Um, yeah, and let's say you got the Knight of Cups, um, and the Two of Coins, the Two of Pentacles. Again, there's that balancing energy, it's kinda balances out. And the Knight of Cups, but you might meet someone through Bob. Maybe there's a hot, accountant there. Ah, whatever, what are we talking about? There's not hot accountants. Just kidding if you guys are accountants. It's just a joke, it's a stereotype. Although nerd is you know, your type. I'm just kidding. You like smart guys. Do you like pocket protectors? Does that turn you on? That's funny. But this Knight of Cups, it's like, um, you give someone business, but I feel like it just kind of in the end, it just balances out. So if you do something from your heart to give someone business, right? I should have led with that first, right? I'm going. No, I don't feel like that's about romance. I feel like this is, more of if it's something you wanna do from your heart to go through all that, you do gain some information, but it feels like it balances out in the end. It doesn't feel like there's, like, any extra juice for the extra squeeze for you besides some information and, uh, kind of s kind of like, "Oh, good, I did that right," or, "Oh, okay, so this is where you put that, not that. I get it, okay." Just a little adjustment, like, "Oh, you can fill out this form, and it gave you 30, whatever, 50 extra dollars that if you do that, and this gave you that," but then again, that ends up being what you end up paying them, right? But it's good information for the future, but you know, let's see what your fortune cookie is too. We get one of these a night. So this will be your fortune cookie for all your questions. Many masks, the authentic self. It's almost like many hats. You do have an accountant hat. I think you do your taxes well here. It must be your Gemini mind. Says we live in a world where everyone we see wears a mask. We wear these masks to cover up and protect who we really are. We learn to do so because we've been conditioned to try to appear a certain way to fit into society. Masks allows us to belong, so we remain within the confines of what is expected. Masks are not inherently bad. Rather, they provide context and structure for our personalities and soul's expression. Some of us might believe that a particular mask, fixed and hardened onto us, is our permanent face. We forget that we're living beings with a multitude of faces, enabling us to experience a fuller, more vibrant world. Your authentic essence doesn't want to be constrained by others' expectations anymore. Now is the time to strip away the mask you've accepted and discover who you really are. A new self is emerging, and your perception changes as you adopt new ways of being. Right now, it's really important to allow yourself to experiment, to experience the world in all its myriad potentials and possibilities. Try on different masks and let yourself be fluid and curious. How will you know what you love and what you resonate with if you don't take off the mask you've always worn and test drive some new ones? Your authentic essence will never change. It will only express itself differently through these optional selves. Through trial and error, you discover more and more about who you want to become. What would it feel like to explore this side of you? Anything is possible if you're willing to open up to your potential. You truly can move beyond the barriers that society has set. Use your imagination and step into the magic. I like that. So many blessings to you. That's for your fortune cookie there. So that's for number one. Take a look here. Okay, great quartz. I see your free reading here. We'll add that onto the list here. Let me see, did I miss anyone else? We got Shanji's. Yeah, we got Shanji's. Night, night, Debbie O. Yeah, yeah, we might be there. Let's see. Oh, yeah, you're third in the free readings. So yeah, but it is. Oh my gosh, yeah, it is almost 10 o'clock at night your time. So I'm surprised you're still awake. So sleep well. Yeah, like me, you like your spreadsheets. I know, Anna, right? Getting money elsewhere, but looking at in another. Yeah, you're so funny. All right, so that is for that one. And then for number two, we got 350, 53. So here is timestamp for number two. And I like that for entertainment purposes. I really appreciate that. So muscle spamming. I love your phone, how it always corrects your spasm to spamming. Why is your muscle spamming you? Block them, just block them, and they can't spam you anymore. So you recently had an MRI on your lower lumbar. What will be the outcome of this test, and what do you see as next steps? All right. So let's take a look here. We'll look at that first. What will be the outcome of the test? Okay. And then next step. So will that result in a surgery or can someone else be done instead? If why in a couple of weeks I'm scheduled for another injection. Yay. With benefit. Oh, without benefit. However, the upcoming injection fix the non-stop muscle spasming issue. Okay, yeah, let's take a look here. So what will be the impact of that injection? All right. So let's see what we got happening here. We have the King of Brooms, the King of Wands on the bottom. So King of Wands energy. Well, and you have the Queen of Brooms underneath that too, along with this Seven of Bricks, the Seven of Swords. So there's little energy coming in here. And we've talked a little bit before how your medical background and education can be is the Seven of Swords. It's the knowledge of the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, the have to be when it comes to medical. Oh, this is the norm, this is the research, this is the standard. All that is bubbling around inside of you. And even when your conscious mind is get this stuff. Oh, I want this done. I'm ready to be out of pain and spasming and all this stuff, right? The deep inside the subconscious, it's like, oh, but this is the stories that are playing below the surface, right? These are the thoughts and beliefs of, well, I know that there's a chance of this, that the percentage of a chance of this, and all of that influences it. And this king and queen of wands, that's the potential, the possibility, our energy that comes in, right? Which is like whatever my energy is focusing on is what draws to me or pushes solutions further away because there's that belief that's running on autopilot, right? So there's this energy below the surface regarding all of that is part of all this is you stepping into the power of consciously what am I choosing in each moment, right? It's not about, oh, I gotta focus for all future moments. What about all the past moments? It's like coming back to this moment and going, what is my focus of my energy? And am I focusing on the gratitude of what is going well, what is working well in this? Or am I focusing in on the energy of supposed to be and should be, which need and want, which I know when you're in pain and you're in going through these things, our mind constantly can be pulled into, that energy. And it's doing whatever we can to try to bring our focus back to the higher vibration and gratitude as much as we can, because I know when I focus on any pain in my body, feels like it just has extended it out. It makes it feel bigger. When I try to focus in on what I'm grateful for, about what is going well, and releasing the need to have things a certain way, that it helps bring solutions faster. And that's kind of the way the universe works. So I feel like that's the underlying energy, just kind of the flow below. But for your specific questions, what will be the outcome of the test? You've got the Queen of Coins, Queen of Pentacles. It's an abundance energy. This is a new birth energy. So I do feel like there is some new information that feels beneficial. Below the surface, we do have, yeah, the Six of Brooms, the Six of Wands, another victory energy, a flow energy. And this feels like, because this is about movement of electricity, movement of energy, nerve, something to do with the nerves. Well, this is what this is about, right? What's the muscle? So it feel like there's something with a nerve that they notice that's causing it. Maybe it's pinched somewhere and they don't realize it, but it feels like there's something that's causing this. Um, what would that be? It's like it's what's causing the trigger. It's triggering something because 'cause they're showing me, like, a fuse going off, like, but they're showing me instead of a fuse being turned off, it's activating a fuse instead of, how when a fuse gets overdone, it, shuts off. Um, they're showing me something's happening that turns on the fuse instead. Interesting. What are the next steps here? We do have the 10 of coins, 10 of pentacles. So there is this abundance energy. And I feel like they give you a couple options. With the emperor, here's the emperor energy. This is a lot like the king of wands energy, where whatever you are focusing your energy on, but impacts it. But whatever um, it's like you get to decide what you want to do. And with the king of wands, there is this energy of, I mean, I'm in the emperor, sorry, but it's the same with the king of wands is, I'm clearing everyone out of the throne room. I'll try to get out of my head as much as possible, drop into my heart and decide, what does my heart wanna do? And then you make a plan and do that. But I feel like they will say, "We can do another surgery, or we can do this thing, a blah, blah, blah," whatever this blah, blah, blah is. It does feel like it's a new option that's coming, that they have available, which again, and I know this is where that mind comes in, right? Because it's like this high-powered TENS unit that will send shocks, but it's a new type. It's expanded, it's more powerful than regular old TENS units or electrodes, and it's something that you wear. It's almost like it's not a bone stimulator, but it's along those lines, um, that it helps whatever this area is where it's constricted, it helps stimulate it to make it, like, release. They're showing me, like, a turtle, a snapping turtle that won't let go of something, and they do something to make it oh, it's that's, do you ever see The Truth About Cats and Dogs? with Uma Thurman, where she's pretending to be this vet for a friend of hers, and she has to put on a glove and stick her finger up the turtle's butt so that it lets go. That's what they're showing me. Don't worry, that's not what they're gonna do to you. It's what this machine does to the pinched nerves or something like that. I'm sure it is entertaining for with your medical background, you're like, "That's an interesting way to look at that." But that's what they're showing me is, if they're trying to show me who doesn't have a whole lot of medical background, but it's like it teaches it has it let go so that the nerve can move out and then the spasms stop. But I feel like they're gonna offer you this little blah, 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 or surgery, and I feel like you get to decide. That's weird. And then will the upcoming injection fix the spasming issue? We got the full card, which means there's a lot of possibilities there. And this is coming back to the energy that it can work. There's a possibility that it can, but it has to do with your energy. Because if you adjust your energy and your focus, it can work. But there's this strong belief that because this full card is the ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. There's like, if I can get out of this that these won't work, then it can. But if I get stuck in that underlying Seven of Swords belief below the surface of these won't work, that's not going to work. It needs to be something different than that. It's like, then it won't, right? And then below the surface on these here, we've got, what else do they want you to know here? Yeah, they've got the 10 of cups and the star card. I feel like they want you to have hope here. The star card is the card of hope. The 10 of flowers is joy, and that's below the full card. So I do feel like there is this energy here of, um of, if you can focus on joy and gratitude as much as you can, that's the energy that, pops in there. I'll do one quick follow-up here for you on which one, number 1 or number 2, has the best course of action. Number 1, I feel like is gonna be I feel like in my mind, or it can be in your mind, is it surgery and the other thing? Because surgery is the first thing you ask for. Page of, wands, which is energy, and so we got surgery, and then the 9 of swords is the expectations energy. See, that's what they're coming in here. It's like they can both be equally effective, but when you have this belief about it's like they're saying here with this 9 of swords. That's the expectations and the beliefs and the stories around electrodes and stuff. We've tried all that before and it never worked, right? Um, the turtle anal probe versus surgery. But I feel like that's what's coming in here is, you know, it's like the surgery seems to be the biggest one with the current energies, but if you can overcome this this belief below the surface, I'm still cracking up about the turtle. Um, but if we can let go of the belief around all the electrodes that they tried that before it didn't work, if we can get beyond those thoughts, like all those injections worked but didn't work, all that the TENS unit or that kind of technology didn't work, that there's this, release from that, kind of energy. It's like we can change this and it can be effective. But we're so powerful in our beliefs, we don't understand. We think we go like, "Oh, I get it. I know my energy impacts me." We don't like spirit comes through like, "You guys don't understand how much of our lives are about our energetic focus, our mind, our emotions, our physical actions, all have energy behind it, and it all impacts us." But we have so much that's bubbling and on autopilot below the surface that when we're not living consciously, there's so much, below the surface. So interesting, right? Right. Love you too, my friend. That's what they got for you. So many blessings. All right, my friend. So we're at a little over 4 hours. I am going to jump in to free readings here in a momentito. But Brother Z has got to pee. So he's going to go and do that. And then I'm talking about myself in third person. And then I will come back and we'll start in there. So hang in tight. I'll be right back. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Much better. Much better. All right. So I will do um, 30 minutes of free readings. And Marissa, thank you so much. Excuse me for your additional donation. So I'll come back to you after I do 30 minutes of free readings, and then we will, if there's no other donations, then I'll return back to free readings as well. As long as my voice is, I mean, throw a little throat lozenge in there, my voice started to crack a little bit. Hold on. Might be going through puberty again. All right, all right, all right. Test, test, test. Yeah, it's okay. My voice is back. All right. So you're very welcome, Anna. Headed off to bed. Enjoy. Absolutely. Sleep well. All right. So up first, we do have Mini Heal 40817. So Mini Heal, here's your timestamp. And I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well. Guidance on your current situation. All right, let's take a look here. What does Spirit want you to know? But your current situation. All right. So you have the 8 of Cups and the 9 of Brooms, which is the 9 of Wands. Excuse me. Okay, there it goes. There was a little frog in my throat. So the 8 of Cups is about, walking away from emotions and relationships that don't serve you anymore. And the 9 of Brooms that came in here, the 9 of Wands is, there's something that's been keeping you from being able to leave behind a relationship or relationships and the emotions tied to it. But they've got the 2 of Brooms, which is the Two of Wands with the Four of Swords, which they call the Four of the Yellow Brick Road, yellow bricks. Um, and this is about the focus of, I feel like there's those expectations tied into all this, right? Where you believe certain things, like the story of when these people do these things, this is what it's supposed to mean. And it's hard for you to let go of the story that you've attached to these persons or people's actions or non-actions, their words or their silence. And it's hard for you to see beyond it because, like, this is how it's supposed to be. And like the picture in your mind is not matching up to what they're doing. And it's hard to look past that. But when you realize, excuse me, the more I focus in on what they're not doing, and that's what's making it hard to let go. If I'm like, you know what? I'm going to just, what did they do that I loved and I was grateful for? And I change my energy and focus in on that and in a way let go with this Four of Swords. It's, I let go of this idea that people, like, they were supposed to do something, that that's a story and it's not true. They could do that or they could not do that. In either case, it doesn't mean anything about me. The story we have is that their actions or whatever means something about me, but no, it doesn't. This means everyone's actions are a reflection, an expression of themselves, not you. What bubbles up inside of you as a reaction from what people do or don't do, and etc. That's yours to own. That's our trigger. And I feel like that's the energy they want you to be aware of, is this is where this is coming from. That's why it's maybe hard to let go of the fear around something or the need to control something. The difficulty letting go of something is, oh, what's attaching me to it is my story. When I release that, I release the rest and I can focus on what is abundant, what I love in my life, not, the other. So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you, Mini Heal. Many blessings to you. All right. And then we have Anshul Starseed. You are up for 12. 10 is yours. It's your timestamp. I am doing well. I hope you're doing well. Oh, that's right. Happy birthday to you. Hold on. Let me take a sip here. There's something in my throat. All right. We evidently have it was 70 degrees today, and we have snow tomorrow. So I think it's dropping, and that makes my sinuses tell me that. So apologies. But happy birthday to you, Anshul. And I told you I was going to give you a cosmic journey oracle to see what they want you to know about your next year around the sun. So happy birthday to you. And your card is, yeah, I like it. Over the next 12 months, you have the card number 12. Enter one step forward, one step onward. So here you go. Wonderful adventure. It says you're in a thick fog right now. You can see only a few feet ahead of you, and that's all you need. Instead of knowing each move, exactly which steps to take, and in which order, realize that when you walk forward, the next step will be revealed to you. This is a journey of one step forward and one step onward. You're being asked to enter your perfect path awaiting you without reservation and without hesitation. Your cosmic catalyst question: what is the next step I can take right now? And then what is the next step after that? Your cosmic checkbox: ask someone to be your accountability partner to ensure you make your next step forward without over planning or overthinking it. I like it. So that is what they have for you, my friend. Happy, happy birthday to you and many blessings for your next rotation around the sun. May your next rotation be so filled with amazing unconditional love and joy and laughter that almost you can't handle it how much you receive. So many blessings to you. All right. Happy birthday. All right. Debbie, oh, you're up. So, Debbie, thank you again for your donation from earlier. 41452. Yep. All right. So, here is your timestamp for your free reading. And so, let's do the energy check. Are you ever going to shift your energy? You still have some anger towards R, right? Let's take a look here. So, are you ever, and what else did they want you to know? Yeah, you will. Yay. So, you got the death card. No, you're not going to kill him. You're like, I don't know. By the cards here, with the death card, you do put an end to that. You do um, move beyond that. So I do see that kind of energy that you are able to shift your energy and end the anger and move forward. You have the 9 of swords, the 9 of yellow bricks. And this does tap into our fears, right? So this goes back to the expectations we were talking about in your first reading. They're bringing it back to me now. Because the anger is rooted in fear, right? It's the believing what they did or didn't do and what they say and don't say continually or again or whatever has to do with the story. The story we put to people's actions or non-actions, words or silence is where the fear comes in because there's some story that believes they do this, their actions somehow are meant mean something about me and meant towards me. But when we discover that most people aren't thinking about other people, most people are thinking about what they're doing means about me. What how can I have my dreams come true? How are other people not doing what I'm expecting them to do? That's where majority of humans attention goes to. When we're living in our humanity, that's what's going on. When we see things from a higher perspective, that's where we get clarity and we realize and we live consciously going, okay, this bubbling up inside of me is about me and for me. What is this mirror trying to show me about myself? Then we don't get angry. We don't get the lower vibration, at least not for as long. And it becomes less and less and less and less as we realize this isn't about them versus me. This is about them being a beautiful mirror showing me what I want to see to set me free. So it's not someone doing something to me or against me. It's someone doing something for me. When I realize, oh, you're a reflection for me to see my fear. And once I realize that, and I realize their action wasn't personal, it was not personal in a bad way, it was personal in a good way. Like, you're doing this for me. You were playing, this sucky character. You were playing this jerk, for me. Thank you. You deserve an Oscar. Applause, applause. But there's this release that comes in when we realize the story that we've been taught to attach to when someone does that, that means this. That's a lie. That's someone's opinion. You can look at it that way. That was an opinion. It doesn't need to mean that. As long as we have it mean that, we will feel anger because we're in fear and we need to defend our worth because they're not showing us the worth that we're wanting to see from them, but they can't give us the worth we're looking for anyway, because that can only come from the inside, right? So I feel like that's what they want to kind of clarify there. So hopefully that helps, my dear. We can always dive in more. You do have some purchase readings if you ever want to dive deeper into those as well. But again, never any pressure, just information. All right. So that's what they have for you, Debbie. Oh, many blessings. I sound like I'm from Texas suddenly. I do have Texas roots for 16 years of my life, from like I was 13 till I was 29. I know. I'm still cooling down from living in Texas. All right. So that's what they have for you, Debbie. Oh, and we got Ankita. Hello, Ankita. I got you on the free reading list here. So good to see you. All right. I think that was everyone. All right. So we're jumping back in here. We got Lotus of Serendipity. We got 41952. So Lotus, here is your timestamp. Mr. Zena always cracks me up. I like that. I appreciate your time and energy. Thank you. A general read. Absolutely. Let's take a look here. See what do they have here for you. Got these three. Boom, boom, boom. Or four. You got two and two. You got the Two of Flowers, the Two of Cups, and the King of Coins, King of Pentacles. And so there is this, I like this relationship energy that's coming in here for you. Let me see what these other cards are here too. Okay. Yeah. So, you did have, it looks like here with the Tower card, that there was someone that was removed out of your life on purpose, for a purpose, this drama of the Five of Wands. And this could be friend, it doesn't have to be romantic, but it does feel like there was someone who was a significant character in your life removed out of your life. This, but it was to make space for someone who's more in alignment with your energy, something that feels more abundant. That's what this Two of Cups and the King of Coins is. It's someone that feels so beneficial, someone whose energy aligns so well with you, but they have a solid sense of their worth, and they're not a needy person. They're a giving person, but they're very mature in, with that being that King of Pentacles. They're at the top of the Pentacle suit. They understand worth. They understand that they define themselves, and so they don't get jealous. They don't get competitive or anything like that. They have this big, beautiful, abundant self-worth foundation. And I feel like that's wonderful for you. I feel like that's, you're ready to have someone that matches your energy come into your life. And if you're looking for romance, that can be that too. At the very least, it's someone that's a great new friend, best friend kind of energy that comes in. And it's a solid person, someone that will be in your life with that Pentacles energy too. So I feel like that's what they want you to know right now, that it happens on purpose for a purpose, and now you have the space for them to be in your life, because these others needed to go. It could be more than one that, but definitely one significant one that's opening up the space. I feel like you're kind of doing a spring cleaning of people in your life too, to have that. So I like that. All right, so many blessings to you. And we got Essence of Ethereal Serenity for 2244. Look at those repeating numbers. I like it. There's your timestamp. So thank you so much. I appreciate you. I am good. I hope you're doing well. You like a general read. So we'll take a look here and see what they have here for you. What Spirit wants you to know? This one and these two. So this one, oh wow. So you have the Lovers card coming in here. Love is in the air, evidently. And what do we have here? We've got the Nine of Pentacles, the Knight of Coins. So we do have here, you might have been in a little hermit energy with that Nine of Coins. That reminds me of the hermit energy quite a bit. And the Knight of Coins it's like the slowest moving knight, which tells me that there was the slowness of things, like maybe relationship energy was going slow. You've got this um, Nine of Pentacles is, saying that this pocketed away, and the slowness of it was for you to become more aware of what you want and what you don't want. And in a way, you were learning a lot about your self-worth, raising your love vibration, letting go of thoughts and beliefs that don't serve you anymore. emotions that don't serve you anymore, energy that doesn't serve you anymore, even things that don't serve anymore, like a big clearing house, like spring cleaning, like we were just talking about with Lotus, that they've got this beautiful, cleansing that you've been doing, but this feels more centered in your own uh, sense of your worth, that there was some attachments of defining yourself by relationships with people in the outside world and or situations in the outside world or your body, your bank accounts, possessions. There's been these things that we're becoming aware of you cutting away to raise your vibration, to see things differently. And now here comes this, as your love vibration's been increasing, now things are speeding back up. Now you're drawing in this relationship. If you're looking for love, here it comes. Or, like I said earlier with Lotus, at the very least, a best friend, or um, I don't feel like it's a return of someone, because sometimes it can be like a family member that we had a falling out with that's coming back. It's a possibility that it could be that too, or it could be in many things really with these changes, but feels like this feeling of being isolated and being separate is changing, and you're drawing these relationships in your life that are a higher vibration, not lower. So if this person is a lower vibration, you're not going to attract them back in. You'll attract only those who have also raised their vibration. If it's someone reacquainting with, it won't be someone that's it'll be someone that's, you know, raised their vibration too, or new people coming in that have a higher vibration. So I like this for you. Definitely is this change of energy coming in regarding relationships for you. So I like that. All right. So that's what they have for you. Essence, many blessings to you. All right. And then we have JoJo is up for 2620 as your timestamp. Sleeping Beauty. I mean, you might be here. You just never know. You like a message. Just a message. Just a message. All right, let's see here. What does Spirit have here for you? Got this and these two. So you got the Four of Coins. So there's this home energy. Four Pentacles, four walls energy coming in. I don't feel like this is about your worth. This is about a physical location. You got the Devil card and the Four of Bricks too. So, we've got the Devil card, which is work. I don't feel like it's work, though. This is like letting go of any of these restricting thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that are saying things have to be a certain way. Because the Four of Swords, the Four of Bricks, is about being able to rest on that Ace of Swords, seeing things from a higher perspective with higher clarity and cutting away the small t truths rooted in fear, expectations and supposed to be, and well, this is what that means, and well, this kind of place is this. It's about beautiful, undiscovered territory that are beyond the boundaries of our expectations. So I feel like there's this nudge to look for a place both now and for the future, meaning looking for somewhere that you can live now temporarily before you make your big move to somewhere new. And that's somewhere new feels like the big energy. This one is like, yeah, you can practice with here. Look beyond what you normally would look at. Consider things you normally wouldn't consider. Look outside the barriers. And even with where you want to move to next for your adventure, for your pursuing your dream, there, look outside the box, look outside the walls of expectation and supposed to be, and well, this is really where I'd want to go if I want to pursue this or pursue that. It's like, but look differently. You'll be this, oh my God, this is it. It's like you're getting a deja vu looking at somewhere, and then go visit it. If you can go take a vacation or take some time, long weekend to go visit this place. Um, And so it doesn't feel like it's, like, severely far away if it can happen that quick. But it's, like, within so I don't feel like it's over big oceans, like over the Atlantic or Pacific. I feel like this is more Europe, or thereabouts that you can go, "This is a place," and it's known. It's almost like it's an up and coming Hollywood, you know, or a place of artists and singers and movie stars, and but it feels like it's a changing place. So, something to consider. So, that's what they have there for you, Jojo. So many blessings to you. Let's see how we're doing on time, 4:38. Yes, I got about 10 more minutes of free readings, and I'm gonna jump to Marissa, and then if there's no other donations, I'll jump back to free readings. Right, so Blueberry, you're up 4:30:05. So Blueberry, here's your timestamp. And what's coming for you in the next 3 months? All right. So what do you want them to know? 1, okay, 2 and 3. I thought you are gonna give them 3 cards. They sure are. So month number 1, you got the Queen of Wands. A lot of energy, a lot of action, a lot of movement, a lot of decision on what your intentions are. So, the first month is about there's a lot of movement, and in the movement, you're discovering what you want and what you don't want, but it feels like and this makes sense with all this Aries energy. A lot of action, a lot of switching of things and altering of plans that you're altering plans going, "Okay, that's no, I don't wanna do that. Okay, what about this? No, no, I wanna do that. Okay, okay, I want some of this, one of that." So it's this, kind of fast movement energy. I'm even talking fast, right? Then you move into the 2nd month. Yeah. You get some of the abundance, you get this mother nature, mother nurture, birthing of things, creativity, but I feel like you're already seeing some of the results of the energy of the 1st month that you're putting into action. You're getting things flowing and going, but you're focusing in on making decisions and creating from your heart, not so much from the head. You got the passion the 1st month, the emotion the 2nd month. And then the 3rd month, yep, you have the Hierophant. So you're learning a lot, seeing things from higher perspectives in the 3rd month, and again, making some changes, which makes sense. You have all this energy in the 1st month, you're then creating things, seeing fruit, and then altering, direction and altering things in the 3rd month, adjusting to what is bringing abundance and what isn't bringing abundance in the 2nd month. So you're realizing what you're ready to let go of and what you're ready to replace and everything in the 3rd month. So it does feel like a very birthing couple months and an altering 3rd month. Once you see the fruit of things, you're realizing uh, what doesn't serve you, and you're like, "Nah, not worth the effort." Out the door it goes, and now I'm replacing it with this. So there's a lot of change that happens in the 3rd month. So I like that for you, Blueberry. That's what they have for you. Hopefully that helps. Many blessings to you. And then we got Shirley, Silver Fox. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Your timestamp here. I think you're in England, right? The other side of the world. Yep, England. There you go. So I am well, and I hope you are well. And want to know, will you be successful moving with your cats in your village this month? Um, thanks to the help of your local members of parliament here in England. I love that. Let's shuffle up here and see what we got here. So, based on current energies, will you be successful moving your cats in your village this month? All right, let's take a look here. Yeah, I feel like you do here. You have this transformation energy of the Hanged Man, and the Star card is not only a hope card, but it's like a dream come true energy. So both of these cards together really represent this movement, this transition, this transformation that you're going in. Look at I'm transferring my power cord from my phone to my tablet here. There you go. It was as easy as that. You unplugged here and you plugged in there, and it's charging. It's wonderful. It's easy breezy. It feels like things just go super smooth, and the transformation. I don't feel like it takes longer with this hanged one. I feel like the big energy of the hanged man is, because it can be like a caterpillar going through a cocoon becoming a butterfly. It doesn't feel like it's that kind of length of time energy. This feels like more it's the transformation going from one location to another. But I like it for you. It's very, very positive, and I like that. I like the example that they had me do in real time. That yeah, it's as easy as that. Unplugging here and plugging over there, and you're like, all right, there we are. Easy. It'll be over before you know it, and the cats won't freak out too much. So, I like it. So many blessings to you, Shirley. Good to see you. All right, and then we have Priscilla, 4:35:09. So, Priscilla, here's your timestamp. And you, love reading about your current situation. All right, let's see here. What does Spirit wants you to know about love here? Okay. Sorry, let me just crunch my flowers here. Not my flowers. You have flowers here. My cough drop. Um, so your current situation, I feel like you're gonna walk away from it. You got the 8 of cups, the 8 of flowers, which is you walking away from a relationship that doesn't serve you anymore. Because this 2 of coins, the 2 of pentacles, does show there's another choice, that there's someone else that you're moving toward that is more in alignment with who you are. And I feel like you know it's time with this energy. I feel like I love that they have a bride standing alone at an altar, which I mean, I don't like that, but I like how they represent the card here because it's like if the person that you're interested in, you're like, I'm not sure that if we were getting married, they would show up. And I want someone I can trust. I want someone that I bound a shadow of doubt I know they would be there waiting for me, that I wouldn't be going, where are they? Why aren't they here yet? They would be there hours early, seeing you before you put on your bridal dress, you know, and to say, I love you and I'm so excited for this day. And I mean, it's someone that would be like, wow, there's this beautiful um, compatibility with this other person. And I feel like that's what's going to end up happening here is that even though it's like, I want this person to be this, when you really get honest with yourself, you realize they're not, you're in love with the potential of who they could be. But when you look at who they are, you're like, I don't know if they'll ever choose that. But there is someone else that they'll show you who they are now, and they show you who they are, not who they could be. You're like, you really love who they are. This one, you're like, I like them who they are, but I'm more in love with their potential. And so there's this, realization that comes in. So hopefully that helps Priscilla. That's what they have for you right now. So many blessings to you. And then Rose Crump, you're up 4:37:52. So Rose, here's your timestamp. And yeah, thank you for the great evening wishes to everyone. We hope you are having one as well. You would love to be a part of a general message. All right, let's see here, Rose. What do they have here? What does Spirit want you to know right now? Okay. Whoops. So I smacked my microphone. So they want those and these two. So this one, you do have the 3 of brooms, which is the 3 of wands, which does tell you you're coming up and changing a direction. But when this card comes up, it's you with new information and awareness are choosing to go a different route than you thought you would be going. You've got the 7 of coins to the Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, there's something here. The 7 of Pentacles, the 7 of coins is that, you had like you have this growth, this thing where you're getting some fruit, right? And when the fruit comes up, you're like, I don't think this is really what I want. I didn't give me what I thought I want. I want something different. This Wheel of Fortune. I want something in a way, I want something more productive. That's funny. But it could be if it's a relationship, a job, something in your life, whatever it is that you've been investing energy in and growing, and you're just like, it's like you've planted, apple seeds for apple tree. And then it grew, and here comes the apples, and you're like, "Why did I want apples?" Oh, everyone else wanted apples because they wanted applesauce and apple fritters, apple pie, apples themselves, and you're like, "I'm really more of a guacamole is my interest, so I'm gonna let that go, and I'm gonna plant avocados for avocado trees so I can make guacamole." It's like this change of your desires, 'cause whatever the fruit that you're getting, the results of an interaction, it can be a relationship, like I said, or job or whatever. Whatever this is that you've been in feel like you've been investing a lot of energy in, it's just not bearing the fruit that you want, and it's okay to and invest your energy into something or someone that will. So that's what they got for you, Rose. Hopefully that helps. That's what they have. Many blessings to you. All right. I think we are at that is 30 minutes of free readings. So I'm going to jump in. We'll complete Marissa's extra donation here. And if there's no others, I'll return who we have up next, just so you know, for free readings. We have Maria P, and then Little Pink Pearl, then Mariana, Live Vagara. I can't believe I didn't roll my R. Ateshi Singh, then Kat Mia, Salino, Minu, Sean G, Great Courts, and then Ankita. So we've got about 11 more at this point. So that's where we'll be at, and we'll circle back here in a momentito. But let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, everyone. Thank you for the thumbs up. It does show me that you are enjoying your free readings and all of your readings. Helps support the channel. It shows me some love. You're part of the love tsunami. It's helping spread the love throughout the world through the algorithm. So as you do those things, it does help out. So thank you guys for that. Cheers, cheers. All right. So, Marissa, thank you so much for your additional donation. Look at all these fours. 4, 41, 44. Here's both your timestamps. Give that a love and a like since it lets me here. And you wanted to know, now that Alshan knows how I feel, how does he feel? All right, let's take a look. All right. So now that he knows. All right. So let me just scooch these out here. There we go. All right. So what do we have here? Yep. We do have the Hierophant. Hierophant energy. This is they're the uh, master of change, transformation, but also the master of stepping stones. And I feel like now that they know how you feel, there is a change. It did change things. We'll find out what that change is, but um, so that's good to know because there's three things. Either it didn't change them at all, it changed them for the better, what you would consider the better, or what you would consider the worst, right? So we know it's not the middle. It's not the middle of the road. Something has changed. So we'll see what that is. What is that noise? You're a weird noise. We. Anyway, let's see what we got here. So we have the King of Coins, the King of Pentacles. So there is a sense of worth energy. We have the Temperance. So that is a patience energy. There is that energy of, that's weird. There's some weird noise going on here. What is the noise? Alright, you guys can't hear it, I'm sure, because it's over here somewhere. But there is this temperance of something, being patient with seeing how things unfold. I feel like this really it made them feel good about themselves in a way. Let's see what else we have here. We got the Chariot, which they do feel like it's a victory, and the does have them in this power of choice energy. They feel like this victory energy. What's underneath the surface here too? Page of yellow bricks, Page of Swords. It did bring him clarity, but the bottom of the deck, and I was wondering what this was because they got the Ace of Pentacles, which can mean a variety of things, and that's why they wanted me to wait to see these other cards to bring in the clarity because it made them feel good about who they are, like their worth, that I'm this, and almost like a winner, like I won, they're wanting me kind of energy, if that's what you communicated with them. I don't know what all this noise is. I know, right? I just need to let it go. But maybe that's what maybe this because it just started when I started your reading. It's there it's like it brought them new information. It has them wondering, but um and kind of wanting to see what unfolds with it, but this underlying energy of because when people ghost, when people step away, when we reach out to them, there's like this validation of I have the power. And this is what I feel like of this energy here. And it doesn't feel like they're like, oh, I suddenly realized I'm still in love with you and I'm going to choose you and I'm leaving all these others and I'm going to be, you know, um, I'm going to be loyal to you and faithful to you. And I'm not ever going to look at another person ever again. I feel like when we look at all that, right, it's like, maybe that might be hard to believe, right? Let's see what else we have here. I have a few more cards. You got the Knight of Yellow Bricks, the Knight of Swords. Feel like there's gonna be communication from them here, but with this Leo energy underneath it, it's about this is lower vibrational expression of Leo energy, which is, "Look at me, look at me, look at me, pay attention to me." I feel like that they will respond because they know what to say to get attention from you, but then I feel like they're just gonna do what they've always done. And we got the King of Swords, which is an energy of, they're a great manipulator with words. They they know how to say things. It's like they would make a great politician where you ask them, um, "Do you love me enough to only be with me?" "Yeah, I do love you enough that I could only be with you." "But would you?" It's like you have to almost interrogate them and ask the question in a very specific, direct way where they can't say, "Are you still with so and so?" "No, I'm not." "Well, they're with so and so and so and so." It's like you'd have to be very clear on your questions, because they know how to, word things and they know what you want to hear. It's like a silver tongued devil, right? They know what you need to hear to keep you on the hook so that he can keep all these fish on a hook and that they wouldn't be faithful to just you. So I don't feel like it's, now that they know how you feel, I feel like it just validated their sense of um, how they feel like I'm a catch and yeah, I know people want me and there's several people that want me and but I feel like it didn't change their, their energy of there wasn't a sudden epiphany that changed their character, right? They're just like, "Thank you. Now I know that I have you on the hook still, and that I can circle back around whenever I want, because you will you will always want me," is what they think in their head, and they don't realize how close you are to going, "I deserve more than this. I deserve to have someone that appreciates me, and I'm gonna start with appreciating myself," right? Whatever you're looking for from them, where can that exist inside of yourself? Start there. You have time. I don't feel like they're gonna reply back just enough to keep you on the hook, right? So hang in there, my dear. All right. Hey, Maria. I feel like my energy is kind of going south. So if we can wait another day, we can do it tomorrow. Because I've got like 11 more free readings and I've been on for like 5 hours and I'm starting to spiral. So if we can wait till tomorrow, unless it's urgent for something for tomorrow, um, I'd appreciate it if we can hold off for a day. All right. We actually have your general coming up right now, Maria. So hello, good to see you. Thank you for your lovely comment. So we'll circle here's your free reading at 4:50:43, and there is your timestamp, and you wanted a general for you for love and for work. Let's take a look here. So for love and for work. Right. So for love, we've got the sun. Yeah, this bright, shining light. We like that. There's a lot of light that's bringing some clarity into your love, but there's this great warmth and abundance energy. It just feels like you guys are in the spotlight, in the sun, feeling this warmth. So it's a very positive energy coming in for love. For work, you have the page of brooms, the page of wands, which is this new excitement, this new energy, this passion, this excitement that's coming in here. And I like it. I mean, you have this very much this fire energy with the sun and the wands energy in your two big important areas of your life, your work and your love life. So feels like things are going really well right now. It feels like yeah, I'm on this fiery uptick, in my life. Things feel really not I mean, they feel steady, but it feels like they're evolving, right? So I like that for you. So that's what they have. Many blessings to you. All right. And thank you again for your multiple donations earlier. All right. And then we have little pink pearl at 4:52:22. Here is your timestamps here. And will you get an unexpected career opportunity soon? If not a teacher as expected, what is the unexpected potential? All right, let's take a look here. So, based on your current energy, is there going to be a surprise? And let's see what we got here. So, you've got the judgment card here. I don't feel like there's an unexpected opportunity soon because the judgment card here is about your calling. I feel like you do receive a calling, a call, like a call in regards to a calling, which is this energy of being drawn towards something, right? Whatever you feel like what is your calling in life? Like, what's your dream? I feel like you're being pulled to that right now. If it's not a teacher, you have the Knight of Coins, the Knight of Pentacles coming in here. You know, I feel like part of what you love to do with this Knight of Pentacles is to help people feel more confident in who they are, guiding them in a way. The Knight is like, it's the slowest moving knight, but it's the quest of self worth. And I feel like if it's not a teacher, because you can impact, I know teachers for me were so impactful in my life, those teachers that really were my surrogate parents in a way, because they gave so much beautiful attention. The few that I remember in my life were like, wow, they just made a difference. They helped me believe in myself. Um, so I feel like teacher is very much in that energy. If not, it could be like a counselor if you wanna go to school, to get, your master's and whatever in psychology or counseling or school counselor, or it's something where you help people believe in themselves, or life coach. It's that kind of energy here, I feel like is kind of what you're called to do, with but you'll know in your heart where you're being pulled to. But I feel like that's the kind of energy that kind of sits where you wanna help people believe in themselves. And in this adventure, you're learning, of course, how to believe in your own self as well. So that is what they have for you, Little Pink Pearl. Hopefully that helps a little bit. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Mariana, you are up 4:55:07. Here is your timestamp. And what's coming towards you this summer? All right. Let's take a look here. Based on current energies, what's headed your way? I feel like, oh, no, they want this one here. All right. Yeah, I like this. These two came out together before, but we've got this 8 of Cups. The summer is like you walking away from relationships and emotions that don't serve you anymore. But it feels abundant with this King of Coins, this King of Pentacles, because I feel like the summer you're kind of not doing what you've done before. You're trying new things. You're kind of having this new I would say this new approach, this new excitement, this new, uh, it's like new opportunities. I'm going places I wouldn't have gone before. I'm hanging out with people I wouldn't have hung out before. And it's because you're tired. You're tired of the other things not happening, um, and having the same rut. It's like you're ready for a change, a big change. And it does. It brings you a great benefit because though we feel safe, our inner child likes the same stuff. At some point, the ugliness of not being true to ourselves outweighs the fears, and we start doing things that are new. And I feel like that's what's coming in for you. The summer is you're getting to meet new people, and it feels abundant because you're not doing what you've always done before. You're leaving these relationships and friendships where you were giving 70, 80, 90% all the time, and they were only giving 10, 20, 30%. And you're like, you know what? I'm going to stop paying attention to these and I'm going to go meet new people. I'm making space in my life for new people and new experiences. I feel like that's what's coming this summer for you. I like that. Right. So many blessings to you. Right. Then we have Livier Vagara. You are up 4:57:25. Here is your timestamp. And what's going on for this coming week? All right, let's take a look here. What does Spirit want you to know? They want this one here. And we've got the 5 of coins and the 2 of coins. All right. So you do have this, the 5 of coins is this feeling of lack, not having enough. And the 2 of coins is a balancing of that coin energy. So wherever you've been feeling like this, out of balanceness around your worth, around money, there is this wonderful feeling that it doesn't feel like it's lacking. It feels like it's balanced now. Some of this comes in realizing it's not humans that bring us what we need in each moment, not our sustenance, that it's creator, it's source. They have an endless source, and they're the ones that bring us everything we need in each moment. They always have. We're still alive. They've done a very good job, right? So we can trust that they're going to bring us the perfect way, in the perfect things in the perfect way, in the perfect timing, right? And not even just not what we need, because they love us so much, they're always going to bring us more than we need. It's not bread and water. Here you go, Olivier. There is this abundant, extra energy that comes in. And so there is this movement, we move from this belief, this lower vibrational, lower in our subconscious belief in lack into this abundance. I feel like this awareness that clicks within you helps bring in that balance as well. So I like that for you. So that's what they got for you right now, Olivier. So many blessings to you, my friend. Cheers, cheers to you. I'm going to take a cheers, take a sip here. Cheers, cheers. All right. And then Ateshi Singh, you were up 4:59:41. So Ateshi, here is your time stamp. And HL versus AD versus FG, current energy towards you. All right, let's take a look here. Let's see here. We'll give you 3 cards. 1, 2. And then what about FG? Okay, thank you. So HL's energy, you got the Magician. It's a lot of action energy, a lot of passion energy, more movement energy, mainly around communication, though. I feel like they're more talk than physical action because the Magician's ruled by Mercury, which is the planet of communication. And I feel like it's more that they more take action to communicate, but all talk is what I hear. Then you have AD, who is the page of yellow bricks, which page of swords energy, which I feel like they are a little more, again, communication, talking, um, more of a mental communication than anything physical, anything beyond that. I feel like, again, they talk and they like the conversations, they like the mind, but I don't feel like it's not emotional, it's not passionate kind of energy, but good communications. And then FG, you got the 2 of Wands. Theirs is more fire energy, but they kinda go back and forth, you know? They're like they heat up and they cool off, they heat up, they cool off. They're here, they're gone, they're here, they're gone. You know, passionate and interested one moment and then the next moment not. And so, there's that kind of energy that comes, kind of back and forth here. I just feel like, each of these is a mirror. And I feel like it's important, like if you're looking at what are their energy towards me, it's how does that reflect energy towards yourself, right? When are you paying attention to yourself and is it touch and go? Like, sometimes I'm focused on me, but then I'm focusing out there. The wishy-washiness of FG, how am I wishy-washy toward myself, right? This page of yellow bricks, the page of swords with AD is how am I, focused on just my thinking, just my stories? What about my self-love? How am I in my head? How can I get into my heart, right? And then with this HL, am I all talk or am I walking my walk, right? So I feel like there's, reflection of each one of these. They're showing you, they're beautiful mirrors showing you what you want to see about yourself till you see it. So I feel like there's I don't feel like a lot of love energy there. So that's like, oh, how am I not loving myself? Something we can look at, right? So that's what they have for you, Teshi. Many blessings to you. Right. And then Kat Mia, you're up 5:03:09. So Kat Mia, here's your timestamp here. So will Sant pick up the call later or he doesn't use that number anymore? All right, let's take a look here. So based on current energies, will they pick it up and do they use that number? So will they pick up? Strength card energy here, this Leo energy. I feel I don't know. I mean, do they use this number anymore? We've got the 4 of swords, which is a rest energy. So I feel like they do use it, but when they're resting, they do turn it off or turn it on silent or whatever. And I feel like with this strength card, I feel like they're in this paying attention to themselves energy. Feel like they have their phone on silent. I don't feel like they'll pick up the call, but if they have voicemail, if you leave a voicemail or if you text, they will get back to you later. But I feel like they're in this kind of hermity self energy with the strength card in this Four of Swords rest. I'm resting, I'm meditating, or I'm recuperating. I'm focusing on me. So I'm not answering my phones, but I'm screening my call. They're not even really screening their calls because they're not even looking at it. It's on silent, so that it doesn't even vibrate. They just look at their phone later and go, "Oh, someone called me. Oh, someone texted me," and then they'll listen to the voicemail and reply or whatever. But I feel they're in a big texting mood where they'll text you back, "Hey, sorry, got your message," and blah blah blah. I feel like they'll text you if it's like a cell phone, but I feel like they'll reach out more that way. So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you, Cat Mia. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we have Celino, 50516. You are up. Here's your timestamp here. And does he think of me a little bit? Will he come back towards me even later? All right, let's take a look here. Based on current energies, do they think of you and will they come back? I don't get anything for that. Will he come back towards you even later? All right. So, does he think of you a little bit? We've got the Page of Coins, the Page of Pentacles. This energy with the Page of Pentacles, it feels here more when I think of like from his point, it's like when he thinks of you, he sees it's only like when he's reflecting on himself kind of energy. It's like, he's thinking about his life, what he wants to do, what he wants to do again, like repeat in his life, opportunities in life. He thinks about you. Like I really enjoy that when we did that. So I want to experience that again. Maybe not necessarily with you, but I want to experience that again. And oh, I remember when we did that over there. That was really fun. But it's not, oh, I wonder what you're doing. I wonder how you are. I wonder blah blah blah. No, it's all focused on them right now. Will he come back towards you even later? We got the Hierophant, which is a stepping stone energy. It's a change energy. It's more of a clarity kind of energy, which doesn't feel like they come back towards you. I feel like they see their interactions with you and other people more of stepping stones, what I learned, and it's like they're saying, "I'm a move forward person. I don't go backwards. I just keep going forward. I live and I learn, but I don't return. I live and I learn, but I don't return." And that's about them, that's not about you. And it's also a reflection for you because 'cause they're a stepping stone for you. You can have better opportunities in the future by what you experienced with them. They were a mirror showing you what you wanna see about yourself, and when you do, that allows you, this, um allows you to move forward and move you towards something that's more in alignment for you. So whatever you're, experienced within you around the situation, it's I get to raise my worth by realizing, oh, how was I defining myself by their actions or their non-actions, right? Their words or their silence. Whatever bubbled up within you is for you, to be able to see and then move forward, you know. But they're a stepping stone for you to learn about yourself, um, because you don't want to get burned by the same forest fire twice. They're like a burning forest fire. They don't go backwards, they only go forwards. And you don't want to get burned by that forest fire again because they'll just come back around again and do the same things. And but once you realize what you're wanting to do and how you're wanting to change, and what did you learn about yourself looking in this mirror of this person? So it helps you move forward. So hopefully that helps, Seleno. That's what I feel is coming in here, which is good. They did you a favor showing you who they were now. Hallelujah. All right. So many blessings to you. And then we have Minu. We got 5, 09, 13. Oops. Little fingers went rogue there. All right. So Minu, here's your timestamp. So a general for you. Let's take a look here. All right. So you have the 10 of brooms, the 10 of wands energy, along with the 9 of cups and the 6 of swords. So, yeah, there definitely is this energy here. The 9 of flowers, the 9 of cups, is like the emotional dream come true. And with this 6 of swords, which is the 6 of yellow bricks, this is about a movement and a change of thinking. And there is this with the 10 of wands, the 10 of brooms, this is you're changing where you're focusing your energy. And it makes sense here because it's like you're getting this clarity around what you thought was your emotional dream come true. You're seeing things from a different perspective and you're realizing some of what you thought was your heartstream come true has your mind's influence. These opinions from the past, supposed to be, should be's, need to be's, have to be's, must be's, but these opinions from the past that came in here, and there's this energy of that coming, and this clarity that's coming in here is for you though, because it's going to take you from what feels like these choppy waters to these calmer waters. So you're seeing these opinions more clearly and seeing them from a different perspective, and you're like realizing that you were investing a lot of energy trying to live up to these stories, these expectations, and when you transform that, you feel like you're living from a place of gratitude, not trying to live up to this list, and there's this freedom that comes in here. So this can be a dream about love, it can be a dream about career, it can be anything about your life. But I feel like you're gaining a lot of clarity and going, wait a minute, is this truly from my heart? Or is this influenced by some supposed to be from the mental world? So hopefully that resonates. That's what's coming in here for you, Minu. A lot of clarity coming your way to kind of set you free there. So many blessings to you. All right. Is that Photonia? Photonio? Good to see you. Hello, welcome. Thank you for being a first-time chatter here. Good to see you. We're kind of finishing up the session. I've got 3 more free readings, and I think I did get a donation come through. I'll complete that one. So if you wanna get onto the list here before the elevator doors close, you can, throw a question out there. You can either make a donation, we dive deeper into those, or a free reading, which we do one or two card readings for those. So if you want to put that out there, I'll add you on to the list. I only have 3 more people in front of you for the free readings. So Sean G, you are up. Thank you for your donation earlier for your free reading here. Any guidance from your highest self? All right, let's see here. What does your higher self have here for you? I've got that. And no, they don't want those either. This one here? Nope. None of those. Let's see what else they have here. And this one here. All right. Oh, yeah. I love it. You got the star card, which is like you're wishing upon a star, a dream come through. And we have the temperance card, which is, one, there's an energy about you can turn anything into a golden opportunity. So that is that alchemy kind of energy that you can transform things. You can have that come through, right? And but it is also this energy of like you can trust that your dream is coming true. There is movement, even sometimes when the cup is going back and forth, and even though there's magic and it's slowly turning to gold, sometimes it's like, is it? Is there movement at all? And this is saying, trust me, you do have movement towards this dream come true. A lot of stuff happening below the surface, behind the scenes that you don't see yet, and that will come forward. And you'll start to see it more. I feel like, you know, a lot of times with the temperance card, it will out of nowhere appear. But just know that your dream come true is evolving. There is a movement on it, but it's about temperance is about patience, I know, but it's the be patient with the journey and enjoy it because 'cause you're living your dream every moment. It's not just getting to the end of your dream, which is when we die, right? It's about every step along the way we're living our dream. And so I feel like that's the message your higher self has for you. So many blessings to you. I like that. All right. And, Fatonia, did you want a general reading or did you have a specific question? All right. And then great courts, you are up 5:15:03. So thank you for your uh, donation earlier. You had a donation earlier, right? Yes, you did. It's been a while. That was a couple hours ago. All right. Thank you. All right. So great courts. Here is your, did I post it? Yeah, I did. Okay. So, what's going on with the gentleman that is coming in? Is he actually coming in? Will it be good? All right, let's take a look here. All right, so they do want this one. What's going on with the gentleman? Is he actually coming in? And will it be good? All right, here we go. Boom, boom, boom. All right. So, we do have the Four of Swords, which is kind of like this letting go of expectations energy around, what's going on with this gentleman? Is he actually coming in? There's this rest energy. What is this rest? Just rest. And I feel like with that, there's nothing you have to do except let go of expectations, which, like is that right? Um, and there is this um yeah, you don't have to do anything in the outside world. It's more of you just going, you know what? I'm just going to not worry. There's no supposed to be, should be, need to be. It's going to happen the perfect timing, the perfect way, kind of energy. And I'm just going to allow it to happen. And I feel like that's when it does come towards you. But that's part of it. And will it be good? You got the page of brooms, the page of wands. There's some heightened passion, motion, action, energetic attraction, physical attraction. So I do feel like there is, it's a positive movement. The pages are good. It's a new type of energy. So it's kind of like new experiences. And I like that for you. But it does include and help you let go of expectations. When you're open-minded, then you're like, wow, okay, this is great, kind of energy. So hopefully that makes sense and resonates. That's what they have for you for that one. Great chords. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Fatania, I think I'll add your general reading on here. Yeah, absolutely. I do post a pinned comment when I'm finished listing all the readings completed with the timestamp. So you can come back and find your reading once we complete it there. All right, and then we have Ankita at 5:18 even. So Ankita, here is your timestamp there. Boom, boom, boom. And you want to know, will you get more audit projects this month, specifically if you'll be able to get audit project of CO at or COS? All right, let's take a look here. So based on current energies, will you get COA or COS? All right. So, looks like here with COA, you got the Lover's card, which is an energy of the power of emotional choice. Um, it's an interesting energy. So, it is a card of possibilities, but this is about emotional choice. This is like, if you focus on gratitude for what you do have and your emotional energy is higher vibrational, you draw more to be grateful for. If you focus in on lack and what you don't have and you feel like what you're getting is crap, right, you'll get more crap. So I like this. Your power of emotional choice can get you the COA. So you can get that. COS, I feel like 3 of Cups is this joy and celebration energy that's coming in here. So I feel like you do get the COS, no matter what, because there's this, and I feel like there's a group of you with this 3 of Cups, there's because it's tribal, your tribe energy. So I feel like there's a group of you that you like that all get it. So I feel like there's like we have a big project and you 3 are getting this, and you're like, "All right, I love these 2 that I get on this project with." But you can also have the opportunity for the other if you have that, gratitude around that. Okay. So that's what they have for you, and Kita. Hopefully that helps. Many blessings to you. All right. And since I just have one more free reading, I'm going to complete that really quick. And I think, is this from you, Maria? Yeah. And then I'll get into your other one here for you, Maria. Okay. So, Fatonia, you're at 52028. And you did say you wanted a general reading. So let's see what Spirit has here for you. All right. So you have the 5 of yellow bricks. Oh, and the Lover's card. I just put that back in. It came flying back out. So there is a little bit of conflict going on here with the 5 of swords, which is the 5 of yellow bricks. That it can be like a battle between the head and the heart, right? And this can do, of course, with lovers, that doesn't have to be romantic relationships, but it definitely could be. But it's this conflict with relationships. And I feel like they're wanting you to know that the source of conflict isn't out here, it's in here. And, it takes 2 to fight, right? It takes 2 people to disagree. But generally, it comes around when we have a thought and belief and a mindset. Like we have a story of how things are supposed to be. And conflict comes in when the story in here doesn't match the story out here. And we will try to control the story out here to try to make it match the story in here with usually 0 success rate because none of us like to be tried to be controlled to act a certain way and be a certain way, right? So there's resistance when we try to change people to make them match what you need to be and act the way I think you should. That doesn't go over very well, right? And when someone tells you that, how well do we receive it, right? No. Psh, psh. So we can then, to help us resolve it, is we start questioning the story, the picture we have in here, going, why do I think that this world and these people, this situation has to be a certain way? It's an opinion that we have, these expectations. And as you question the thoughts around this, we can transform that. We can change that so that we can see things more clearly. And as we kind of dissolve these expectations, we start to see the world differently because we don't see the world as it is. We see the world as we are. And as we change ourselves, our outside world miraculously changes as well. So I feel like that's kind of the message, introductory message they have here for you, just in understanding that conflict isn't about what's happening out here. It all starts in here because this is what we are in conflict about because this is conflicting with the picture of the outside world. So hopefully that brings a little clarity. If you want to dive in a little more around a lot of that, I do have a free podcast um, called The Easier Path, which as I kind of close out this session, you're welcome. Here's the most recent easier path, but the whole playlist for it is down in the description area, or if you click on my main page, At the top, we have a podcast playlist there. Also, for everyone, if you haven't got into the giveaway, tomorrow, we do have a giveaway where I give away a 30-minute private personal recorded reading or one of my energetic hedges. You just have to watch that video to find out how to get into the drawing. And with that new moon in Aries happening tomorrow, if you haven't checked out my making the most of the Aries new moon energy, that we'll talk about that. And you can also dive more into the basics of making the most of new moon energy, where we talk about making the most of new moon wishes and intentions. So if you haven't checked those out, be sure to check it. Those are all free. All right. And that's for everyone, not just for Fatonia, but thank you so much for being a new subscriber and checking out my channel. Hopefully we'll see you some more. All right. So my final reading for this evening is Maria P at 5:25 even. And here is your timestamp, Maria. Boom, boom. Absolutely. Stay blessed. All right. So, Maria, thank you for your multiple donations this evening. So, let's dive in here. You want to know Wally's thoughts on you now. All right. And then, does he know you feel like you wish we could be together more? Yes. Expectations. We talked about that earlier, right? Dark side updates. When he talked about trips, he's talking this summer. Did he feel you felt bad? How will your day go tomorrow at work? And spirit messages for you. All right. So, Wally's thoughts and on you now. And we got the full card. There is this adventure free of expectations, looking forward to, I feel like they're just trying to get out of their head of, trying to live up to the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, the have to be, the must be kind of energy. And they're looking at, you know, what kind of adventures can we have? And I feel like that's kind of what their focus is, trying to get out of their head and more into the adventure feel. Does he know you feel like you wish you guys be together more? Yeah, we got the 6 of coins. Here's that, you know, um, 6 of Pentacles energy. There is a little bit of codependent energy in there, which, I do feel like they feel like, you feel like sometimes the relationship is out of balance and you want more. We talked about that earlier around expectations, that they feel, that you do want more um from them that you give, and I do feel like they pick that up, because that's where they get that feeling of less than, and lack energy in this. And we talk about that a lot, right? The more you focus on what you're grateful for, they want to give you more. The more you have energy of, I'm not having enough of what I want, you get less, right? So a lot of your energy is what controls what comes into your life, right? So it's good to be aware of that, right? Dark side updates. We have the 9 of Brooms, the 9 of Wands. There is perseverance here, there is trying to break through this barrier. So there is action there. It kind of feels like there is a little bit of a block, but that goes back to the expectations, right? Because the situation that they're in right now, your experience of it depends on what your focus is, right? If you're focusing on it's not happening fast enough, it's, again, all those expectations, that keeps it happening longer, right? It blocks him from leaving because it's all happening for everyone, but it is happening for you in a way. Them not leaving is for you, because the longer they're not leaving, the more you are being given the opportunity to release the expectation of supposed to be and should be and need to be that are keeping you trapped. So with these mindsets keeping you trapped, it's keeping him trapped over there, um, because they're unimpacted by it. You're the one that's impacted by it. They're not. right? So they're not really trapped, but from your standpoint, it will continue over there, him staying over there until you release it, right? So isn't that amazing? The power. No. And then when he talked about trips, taking the summer, did he know that you felt bad? We got the magician energy here, with this. Um, I feel like because this is Mercury energy and this is about communication, and I feel like this is about tone. So I know that when you guys were talking about the trips, your tone, whether it was physically or in the words you were using, they did. And again, that adds into this feeling of, you know, oh, there's another less than. Here's another way I'm disappointing you. Um, and so, when we voice disappointment, that makes them want to share less things with us, right? So it's like, yeah, I gotta, the feelings inside you are for you to own and for you to look at because it's only going to impact you and your interactions with him. Because the more that you are like, oh, yeah, well, I hope you guys have fun, they're like, oh, I'm not going to tell you about these things that I'm doing. So I'm going to share less with you if you're going to be bummed out when I share things with you. Right. So it's like being aware of that. Right. How will your day go tomorrow at work? Well, you have the strength card, Leo energy. I feel like this is, you'll be seen. I feel like you'll stand out tomorrow. This is like sun energy. So it feels victory. It feels bright and shiny. It feels like you're really strong in yourself at work tomorrow. So it feels bright and shiny and positive. Spirit's message for you, for work, you have the 8 of Pentacles. The 8 of Yellow Bricks, which is when you put in the blood, the sweat, the tears, you get the reward. So continue to focus in on that. And I feel like they gave you that regarding your interview. They're bringing back to me here. So it's important for you to prepare for your next interview, not just to wing it, but to prepare for it. Think about what you're wanting to say and communicate and how. Specifically, of course, around communication. They're going to keep saying that. So it's like put together a game plan of how do I want to improve my communication? Reading some books. Is there any online courses? Is there anything that's free out there? YouTube videos, things that you're doing, Glenn. Yeah, I'm looking, you know, I think I gave you some suggestions already, right? But even like I follow this guy on Instagram. His name is it's The Next Conversation by Jefferson Fisher. If you're on Instagram, Jefferson Fisher, I think he has YouTube and a podcast, but he talks about how to approach communication and conversations and things like that too. But anything that you can say, this is what I'm doing, this is my plan, you know, it is um a great way that people are like, wow, you are taking your self development seriously, and where you feel like I have strengths that I can improve on, or I have opportunities that I can improve. I'm doing it. I'm self managing. And when they see that, that's what managers and people in positions, they love to see from employees is, you know, um, you are your own manager. I manage myself. I used to tell my representatives, you are your own manager. I'm just a high paid admin that's helping you. And I'm going to share you with you as much as you want me to share with you. But you're the one in charge of your life and your career, not me. And they were like, whoa. And a lot of people did. And you can tell the people who were really serious because they took actions and they put plans together and they would present them to me. And I'm like, oh, you're going to go far because you're proactive. People that are waiting for other people to make their career happen tend to sit. So I love that. I love that energy for you because I feel like you are a go getter. So, Right, so that's what we have for you, Maria. Thank you again for all of your donations, and thank you everybody for all your love and all your support. I'm so grateful to be on this adventure together, and I'm on Wednesday through Sunday nights. So I'll be back on tomorrow. Until I see you guys again, remember every second of every day of your life, every second, you are truly, eternally, unconditionally loved by the mother and the father of all things, our creator. And of course, I love you guys too. So until I see you again, much love. Hang in there. Rest well. Enjoy this new moon energy tomorrow. The new moon, I think, happens in the morning. So make sure to get your new moon wishes ready and intentions. Here we go. Big new happenings coming our way. So I love you guys. We'll see you soon.